Right, guys. I suppose it's episode 99 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Name's Dan, and that's Phil. All right, Phil.
What's up, Dan?
I'm a bit disappointed, if I'm honest with you, Phil. A bit down in the dumps.
Is it because we're episode 99 and we're one away from 100?
No, because, I mean, obviously, objectively speaking, I should be relatively happy about that. Although it is a little bit traumatizing to know that we have gone through the rigorous task of producing all this content. But no, Phil, I'm a bit unhappy because it appears that I've lost a popularity contest over the internet. Apparently, our listeners like you more than they like me.
Well, yeah. So to clarify, last week we did a little poll. We did a shout out of the in the episodes. Basically, Thousand Suns or Grey Knight's Codex. Which one are we going to review in the next episode? This is the next episode. Dan, you were Team Thousand Suns. I was Team Grey Knights, and you were thoroughly convinced you were going to win, weren't you?
I just think they're the more interesting codex, mate. I think of the two of them, I think the Thousand Suns represent a more interesting set of space armored wizards.
Well, quite a few people did say that. Shall I run you through the stats?
No, Phil. No one needs to know exactly by how much you won. All that need be known is that you're more popular than I am, Phil. That's what we can take away of that. Or Grey Knights are more popular. Maybe in an attempt to to ballast myself, not ballast myself, that would drag me down, to boost myself, I will convince myself it's the popularity of the Grey Knights overriding your own popularity.
I mean, quite possibly.
But I think deep down I know,
because the vote happened in 3 places and you won one of them, which was standard Instagram post.
Oh my goodness.
So you won that one. I also run it as an Instagram story, which was a resounding victory for myself and the Grey Knights. And then it also happened on Facebook as well. So we had a post on Facebook that was a lot closer, partly because less people actually entered into it. But
I see.
I did also win that one for Team Grey Knights, not me. People don't find me more popular. It's Grey Knights. I will give you credit, though. Quite a few people did say Thousand Suns because Grey Knights are boring. So other people do share your sentiment.
I mean, it's weird, isn't it, Grey Knights, because they are psychic space marines, although they've done some interesting stuff with them, which we're obviously going to get into in a moment. But no, I mean, I of the two, I think the Thousand Suns were probably a little bit more interesting. But I'll be honest with you, though, like both of them have their interesting foibles and their interesting quirks, and I suppose we'll get into that with the Grey Knights. But there's a lot to be fair, Thousand Suns are probably a little bit more complicated, but I think in that creates some of the more interesting things to them. Like Thousand Suns have got something mad, like 30 new psychic powers or something crazy. But we'll get to that in episode 101. But for now, we're going to be talking about Grey Knights. But before we get to that, we have, of course, our 5-star review.
Hang on a second, what is this? Some kind of review? A 5-star review? Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
This week's 5-star review comes from Phil. That wasn't even where. That was me trying my best. You can tell I've cheered up already. I've gotten over my initial melancholy.
Well,
where's it going to come from, Phil?
I'm going to guess Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, because that is the old classic.
No, Phil. This week's 5-star review is coming to us via our Facebook page. So this is a 5-star review left by an individual called Stu, who, in accordance to his statement, comes from the land down under, hanging out with them koalas and or them kangaroos.
Or giant killer spiders.
And the assortment of killer spiders, yes. Although all spiders are killers, just depends on your relative size, I suppose. Human-slaying spiders dwell out there in Australia.
I mean, there might be herbivore spiders somewhere. I doubt
there could be.
But I
think that goes against their nature. Although, are all arachnids cannibals? Is the humble crab a cannibal? Not a cannibal as such, but a meat eater, a predator.
Well, they're not arachnids, are they?
Are they not arachnids?
Are
I
they
always assume they might be.
crustaceans?
All right, a scorpion, is that an arachnid? That is definitely.
No, because it doesn't have 8 legs, does it?
I don't know. We're demonstrating a complete lack of knowledge
I think- I thought they had 6
arachnids.
legs. I could be wrong.
There we go. There you go. I learned about monoprenes the other day. That was a whole thing. An echidna is apparently a monoprene or a monotrene. Sorry, I think is what they're called.
You're saying words I do not understand.
Well, it's like a mammal that lays eggs.
Wow. Like
Yeah.
Yoshi.
Yeah. And it all comes out of one hole. Mono meaning one and treen, I think, meaning hole.
Lovely.
There you go. These are the things I learned. Anyway, Stu, coming from the land, do they have echidnas in Australia? I assume they do. It seems like the kind of animal they might have.
They've got all sorts down there.
Well, exactly. I think the platypus might also be a monotreme.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sounds likely. Yeah.
Seems likely.
I can believe that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're a strange old beast. Are they Australian?
Maybe. I like how we've gone from a 40k podcast to a nature podcast.
Well, clearly
discussing
we're
the
not going
wildlife
to be...
of the world.
Exactly. Clearly, we're not going to do it on any long-term basis because we have little to no grasp of, of any of the kind of subject matter. But we'll soldier forth. So this 5-star podcast reads: the best value for money podcast I've never paid for. Way.
Brilliant.
Well, maybe you might soon. I mean, there you go. We're developing that conversation as we go forwards. I heard you did a poll on that as well, Phil. That went okay, didn't it?
I did. Yeah. It was like 70-30, something like that.
There you go.
Positive.
Resigning, yes. There we go. We're going to be all about the money soon enough. Get used to them Patreon call-outs. That's what we're all going to be about. We promise we won't. We'll just put it in the description and you can do whatever you want. We'll not talk about it. That much I can guarantee. Even if we do it, because every time we normally get around to thinking about doing it, I wuss out at the last minute and go, I don't care. Let's not do it. Anyway, entertaining and informative insights into both the hobby and the gaming sides of 40k, mixed with a healthy amount of banter and fond memories of childhood TV shows. And there we go.
Correct.
Noting there that he didn't make any reference to our ongoing attempts to observe and understand the animal kingdom. But I suppose that is a relatively new angle that we've just explored here as of episode 99.
I know. It's clearly going to be something we're going to do for the next 100 episodes. The new theme.
I just thought as well, though, Phil, what a wasted opportunity not to make any reference to putting a flake in it for episode 99.
What's a flake got to do with animals?
99 with a flake.
What's that got to do with animals?
Nothing, but I'm just thinking of other angles I could have exploited during the intro.
Right, okay.
Anyway, I can appreciate the time it takes and the effort involved in producing content for a demanding audience. And you are a demanding audience, it's fair to say. I've never known a bunch like you. Utterly intolerable, I would say. Wasn't it right, Phil?
100% correct.
Exactly. We do it out of a begrudging hatred of you all. That's basically what drives us forwards.
Possibly.
Deep-rooted despair. No, we love you all, really. Don't sometimes I say things that I don't really mean. That was one of those instances. Please stay. We love you dearly. Keep up the great work. A well-deserved 5 stars from the Australias. There you go. Lovely 5-star review from Stu from the Facebooks there. Thank you very much, Stu. It's awesome for you to have left us a 5-star review. But to elaborate on that is, of course, Philip.
Thank you, Stu, from the Australias. I was hoping you would sign off with from the Australasias to prove that is a thing that still exists, because last time we had someone from Australia, Dan was convinced it doesn't exist. I still sort of believe it does. Regardless, thank you. You've survived the dangers of the giant non-herbivore spiders that will be coming to eat your face any day now, because that is the world of Australia. You are the living embodiment of the meme of the Catachan. Congratulations, and thank you for listening to our somewhat free podcast.
I mean, it's entirely free and will continue to be so. We just might, ask for donations at some point in the future.
I mean, imagine if we were like to hit people up for money, like pay-per-view, and basically be like, we go around their houses and knock on everyone's door, be like, pay up before you listen to today's episode.
Are we going to get on a plane and fly over to Australia with all the troubles and knock on Stu's door?
Well, no, I've got a contact. I'm going to speak to some herbivore spiders, and they're going to be our our men on the ground.
Okay.
They're gonna knock with one of their 8 hands / legs
slash appendages.
They're gonna be like, oi, cough up, put some money in my other hands. I've still got 6 more hands to do stuff, so I can still break your legs.
That's true.
If you don't.
I mean, technically 7 hands, because obviously, he's not going to consistently knock on the door.
No,
which is never ending.
To annoy people, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose that's the privilege of having many limbs. You can,
do whatever you
can
want
afford that sort of. Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, within the relative limitations of your, body mass and or space that you occupy. But yeah, you can do anything you want with them.
Exactly. I could think of some other things it could be doing, but I can't say on this podcast.
No, that's fair enough. You do, that's one of the good things about the relative, levels of oxidization in the air or something. I heard that's why spiders can only get as big as they get in like Australia, because it's to do with the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. So if we had more oxygen in the atmosphere, we'd have bigger spiders.
So, because don't they breathe more oxygen in space? So basically, space spiders would be the biggest.
On the basis that you would need to have, somehow found a spider on a space station, because obviously they don't
sneaks on
because there's no oxygen in space, Phil. That's kind of the problem with it.
Well, no, but I mean, on a space station, obviously.
On a space, a very specific thing.
Space station spiders
grow to
this could be
sizes.
A new 40k faction to bring back space station spiders, giant spiders.
Yes, I mean, I think they're called the mega arachnids in the world of.
That's their kind of.
They live on the planet.
High Gothic name, but the Codex name, Codex Space Station Spiders.
Space Station Spiders, yeah, that would be pretty good. They dwell on a planet called Murder.
I mean, that's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. They discovered them in one of the Horus Heresy narratives. There's basically like a node floating around this like planet, and the Space Marines involved in the whole fracade take it as an affront and decide to get stuck into the many mega arachnids that are going to be causing a mischief, rather than just doing what the node was trying to do, which is telling them probably don't come here. It's a bit leery, but that's Space Marines for you.
They do like a fight.
They do like a fight. Yes, absolutely. It was the Blood Angels as well, specifically. I've backed up by the Lunar Wolves. I think it was like early doors Horus Heresy stuff, which you still haven't read, Phil, you silly boy.
No, not yet.
One day, mate. One day you'll know better. Until then, though, I best we better get on with the show, mate. What do you reckon? Get on with it?
Indeed. Make it happen.
All right. Thus it begins. Transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back, everybody. In this part and or the main part of the podcast, we're going to do what we said we were going to do, and that's talk about the... What are they? Knights of Titan? Something of Titan? They hang out on Titan. Titan. Isn't that right?
Yes. That is their planet that they like to be on.
Is it a planet, Phil? Isn't it a moon?
It's a moon. That's no moon.
A moon. I am the moon. So, Grey Knights, for those who aren't already aware, and if you're not aware, by crikey, how come? Grey Knights are essentially the most elite and or magical of Space Marines. They basically are the best of the best of the best, which so often seems to be the explanation of everything in 40k. It's literally that every single version of it seems to be the apex of whatever it is that they can deliver. But in the case of the Grey Knights, that seemingly is the case, because essentially the best Space Marines, which were already a pretty specific crop of individuals, are then taken to become Grey Knights, I believe. Although they have to have some psychic. There's a whole series of like criteria that goes towards creating Grey Knights. But the long story short is they're well special, right, Phil?
Exactly. I think they're meant to be the only Marines that don't fall to chaos because they are imbued with the power of the God Emperor.
Is that how it is? They are, given the great Emperor's gift.
Well,
in that
they're
sense.
just
I think
extra
it's
psychically attuned and resilient, and that, I think, is what protects them.
Yeah, they're like heavily trained in, basically dealing with all of the chaos guff, which is all very exciting and, utterly awesome. For those who have been with the hobby for a long time, Grey Knights used to possess a certain mystique around them. Obviously, for the last 10 years, the idea of a Grey Knight army has essentially just become the norm. They first introduced the Grey Knight Codex and what has gone on to become the Grey Knight range, I think in 2011, I want to say 2011, towards the arse end of 5th edition. The Grey Knights were established as more or less what they've been till today. There's been a few minor additions to them, but pretty much the Grey Knights range is 3 boxes, right? You got the Dread Knights, the Terminators, and or the Power Armored Geezers, and that pretty much makes up all the special Grey Knight stuff.
Yeah, I think so. Plus the characters, of course.
Yes,
but
plus the characters.
Was the 5th edition Codex the Codex Witch Hunters? Was it? Or
Well,
no,
no,
Demon Hunters.
No, so Codex Demon Hunters was introduced, I believe, in 3rd edition.
I think so.
And then back then, in 3rd or maybe 4th edition, they revolutionized the concept of a Grey Knight by introducing Grey Knights in power armor. Because for the longest time before that, the Grey Knights were all Terminator armor. So the original Grey Knight minis were just Terminator armored doodads from like 2nd edition, and then they introduced powered armored Grey Knights, and then the new Terminator plate for Grey Knights, which was the old metal later fine cast sculpts for the Grey Knights. Really beautiful old range. I only recently sold a truckload of metal Grey Knight minis because I was a bit like, I'm never going to do anything with these. But I do have a distinct level of like melancholy around having done that. I do regret having gotten rid of all my old metal Grey Knights.
Yeah, I remember having, and I don't know why, but because I had an Imperial Guard army, but I did have a 5-man squad of metal Grey Knights, like the original ones that were like super ornate and baroque. And I've still got them kicking around somewhere. I keep meaning to dig them out and paint them up because they are lovely models.
You can still get the old Grey Knight Terminator Sergeant. You can still buy that model individually on the Games Workshop website, although it is apparently temporarily out of stock right now. I'm just looking. But you can still buy that, albeit, I believe, in fine cast. I think that still is available. But other than that, all of the old ranges from the 3rd edition era have gone away. But yeah, Grey Knights used to just be allies. It used to literally just be like, put a squad of Grey Knights in your army. And, you could take Grey Knight themed armies, but they weren't a Codex specific army. So they were part of the Demon Hunters.
Which they did make the bulk of it. But there were also, obviously, the Inquisition for Ordo Malleus, which they're closely allied to or aligned to. But also all the assassins, I believe, were in that kind of Codex as well.
In the Demon Hunters.
Yes, Codex, in the Demon Hunters one, yeah.
And Grey Knights, even in the Grey Knight book in 5th edition, though, used to have some affinity with, Inquisition still. There were still Inquisition options and retinues and those things. But then obviously since... I suppose as ever since their 7th edition Codex, because I believe it was 7th edition when they next got a Codex. I don't think they got one in 6th edition. So yeah, ever since their 7th edition Codex, they've essentially just become their own thing. And then obviously 8th and now 9th, they are their own thing. But it's an incredible accomplishment for a range that, as I said, is basically 3 box sets. I was surprised that we didn't get a new squad for the Grey Knights. Like, I understand, like, we got a new character, or not a new character, we got a resculpt of an old character. But, like, I was surprised that they didn't come up with some different type of Grey Knight thing that we could have
It
had.
would have been nice. Maybe, though, they would have gotten into a weird situation where if they were doing that, they would probably want to increase the scale of them ever so slightly, which then makes them out of sorts with the current range. It's like you can get away with it with a character, especially when you also emphasize his height with a base, like a rock on it. So he looks crazy tall. And actually, that kind of hides the fact that he probably is actually just bigger than the regulars if he wasn't on a rock. So I think you can get away with it with a character, but with a squad, then all of a sudden you kind of make the rest of the range, even though it's only 2 boxes, look a bit odd. And they do look a bit diddly, I have to say. And it's like, I've always loved Grey Knights. I've said I had a squad of them as a kid. I think I did pick up that 7th edition Codex because I just wanted to have a look through the range, and I was quite tempted to do that as a second army at one point. So yeah, I've always that's why I'm Team Grey Knights. You see, I've always had a bit of a love affair with them. But
Well,
yeah,
that's good to hear,
but
mate.
now the models just look a bit like, it's the same with Firstborn, really. They just look a bit dated.
Yeah, no, I do understand. On the topic of new models, though, I mean, what do you think of old Castellan Crow, the new version of him? Do you feel like it's a cool representation of the character, or do you have any affinity with the character, especially?
Not particularly, but I do. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool sculpt. I can't remember what I said when we first saw it, but yeah, it is pretty cool. It's
Yeah, what you probably said initially is, always going to be subject to change as you get more familiar with it. I mean, it's like the humble what they call now Centurion. Early doors, the Centurion was a horrible mini, but over time you just accept it.
Except that it's a horrible mini.
Yes, it is, but you are less harsh towards it as a result of familiarity, I suppose. I think my perspective on Crow is that I think the helmeted version is definitely the stronger of the two.
Yeah.
I am a little disappointed with the direction they took him in, though, because basically the implication is that he's been able to start utilizing the chaotic powers imbued within the sword. So now he's in a situation where basically he has unlocked the power of the artifact, this demonic weapon. And I know they've come up with a bunch of fluffy reasons for why that's not inherently bad. But I sort of used to like the old way that the character worked, in so much as he had this incredible demon weapon, but he refused to even entertain using the smallest part of its power. So essentially, he just had a really elaborate stick before, whereas now he's, actually using it somewhat as a demon weapon, even if it is being used for more holy purposes and so on. It just, I don't know. It kind of, I think it takes away from his character, because the idea of him was he was showcasing the.
Well, it still says in the little flavor text. It says that he's the keeper of a black blade, a demon sword that whispers promises and threats. Crow rejects the blade's vileness, trusting to his masterful combat prowess. So it sounds like he's still not using it to its full potential, but I think they've just modeled it with purple flames to represent the fact that it is a chaos sword. So he might not be using its power. That just might be its kind of default mode.
That, or the writers did this and didn't realize what the model was going to be, and then they had to just take a photo of it and go, "Oh well, it's just is what
possibly."
It is.
I do like the fact that Crow is bringing back the back banners. That's something I've been doing with my Minotaurs, so it's great to see new models actually.
Some of the Primaris characters have rocked the old back banner. Chief Librarian Tigerius, he's
that's true. He has, yeah.
He's got back. I don't think too many others do, though.
I think he's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head.
No, I think you might be right. Yeah, I was trying to think if the Dark Angels Primaris guy was rocking a back banner, but that might have been one of the variants. Hang on, I'm on the website. I will quickly click that, and then the website will crash, so it doesn't matter.
Brilliant.
I was worried that I'd be losing connection shortly. I'm like, oh, well, that's not working. But maybe it's just one of the patented Games Workshop crashes. Oh, you froze almost for a second there, Phil. I was concerned. Right, let's get on to talking about the contents of the book. So we're going to start by talking about abilities. The detachment abilities are, as such, Grey Knight detachments gain the Brotherhood Command ability, the Aegis ability, and their troops are OBSEC because that's how it works. What is the Brotherhood Command ability, Phil?
The Brotherhood Command. It is. You can include a maximum of one Grandmaster model and one Brother Captain model in each detachment in your army. A bit like a regular Space Marine army. Each Grandmaster model in your army must be from a different Brotherhood. So Brotherhoods are effectively subchapters, bit like Space Marines. So having Ultramarines. Yeah, companies, different companies. Well, actually, no. I think they're more akin to different chapters.
They're like
They're like subchapters. So you might have Blood Angels, but then you might have Blood Ravens.
Yes.
Engage your brain, Philip.
Probably Flesh Terrors would be a more adequate example.
Yeah, and Flesh Terrors. So
Lamenters. Don't shout out for the Lamenters.
Exactly.
You know, everyone loves the Lamenters.
So a bit like how obviously Thousand Sons will have it, and Death Guard got them in the new Codex. Every single Codex has its own mini subfactions within it, even though something like Grey Knights sort of is a subfaction of Space Marines anyway. It's got some other abilities. It's basically you can only have one Brother Captain model from your army, must be from a different Brotherhood. If you have more, obviously one per detachment as well. So same again. It makes sense, quite thematic, because there would only be one. It doesn't actually have that. I guess you don't have that stipulation with Space Marines, because Space Marines do have companies, whereas I guess this is where it's almost like the equivalent of, but they don't say they have to be from specific companies.
Well, you can only, to the best of my understanding, you can only have one chapter master, because there's only ever one chapter master, but you could have multiple captains, because if there are 9 companies, there are 9 captains and one chapter master.
Do you think the next version of a Space Marine Codex will break down every single chapter to have? You can have a company now, and each company has a different ability.
I mean,
that would be mad.
Layers upon layers has been the the watchwords of 40k rules writing. So I do imagine that they'll probably get to that point at some point.
They do have it in Crusade, and they used to have it, I think, in older versions of the game, where each captain, depending on which company it was, had different abilities, because they were like, master of so and so, master of the armory, for example. Anyway, that's all the Brotherhood Command. Dan, what is the Aegis?
The Aegis, or the Aegis, or the whatever you want to call it. Essentially, if you're a psyker, which, spoilers, most things in this book are, with the exception of some vehicles. But if you're a psyker, you add one to your Deny the Witch tests. Ooh. So that's a change, I believe, from the old version, where I think they used to add one to their psychic tests.
Yeah, +1.
Now they deny on +1. And in addition, should you be in a situation where you're successful in casting a psychic power, perchance some kind of witch fire power, something like Smite, for example, and you direct that towards a unit of Grey Knights on a 5-up, they don't mind. They can shrug off your mortal wound on a 5. And that's not just limited to the psychic phase. That's just any time a mortal wound is done to them. So, should you be having vehicles explode nearby these guys, they have an inbuilt 5-up feel no pain, which is pretty remarkable, because I have seen a number of players, turning towards a certain level of mortal wounds spam to try and, tackle some of the prevailing army lists that you're seeing in games, or at least the more competitive side of things. So, being able to shrug off mortal wounds on a 5+ is pretty decent.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not surprised people are doing that kind of tactic, because certain people rock loads of, Deathwing Terminators that have that really annoying, can't wound them on a 1 to 4?
One,
One to
2, or
three.
3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. 4 up, you can wound them. Basically, they have baked-in transhuman, which is great until you face off against a Nightbringer. Nightbringers are not friendly creatures when it comes to that kind of stuff.
That I can imagine.
Exactly. Beyond that, there's a bunch of stuff about Brotherhood of Psychers. I mean, essentially, the Brotherhood of Psychers is now a rule which denotes the different brotherhoods that make up the different chapters, the different companies that Phil was talking about before. Before we get into those, we're going to talk about the rest of the abilities. Because we've wised up everybody and we have now learned that the abilities are essentially spread out over about 4 or 5 pages, depending on the army that you're going to do. So we are going to essentially move on and talk about their other abilities, which are Knights of Titan. I can see Phil is flicking along trying to get to page 80. So I will take it upon myself to read Knights of Titan. Not because I think that, Phil shouldn't, just because he can't currently. So... Knight of Titan. This unit has the following abilities, which are described below. And they shall know no fear, Bolter Discipline, Masters of the Warp. So, they shall know no fear, Bolter Discipline, you should know. You will also note that they don't have Shock Assault, which is quite interesting. So a Space Marine chapter that is not getting +1 attack when they charge, are charged, or heroically intervene. Shock horror, Phil.
I know. Although I have heard, and we can check this when we go through data sheets, that they effectively have that baked into their profiles because they've all got +1 attack.
Oh, have they? Have they boosted their attacks? Have they?
From what I've heard.
Okay, let me just very, very quickly refer to their troops section because that will give us some semblance of knowledge on that situation. I'm in the elites area.
So yeah, like an Inceptor squad has 3 attacks. Purgation squad, 3 attacks.
Blimey, that's a lot of attacks. I mean, in a way, that's a lot better than Shock Assault if you're just getting 3 attacks all the time.
Yeah. It seems like all the basic squads have 3 attacks.
Blimey. Interesting. Do you think that potentially might change things in the future for the broader Space Marines? Do you think that that's signs of things to come?
I mean, you could say, yeah, that would be cool. At the same time, I like that it's specific to Grey Knights because they are very much a combat army. Like, they don't really have a lot of long-range shooting. Their specialism really is... close combat. So I think it's good that they do,
and psychic powers.
Well, and psychic powers, yeah. So it's good that they're emphasizing that with a stat bump.
Yes.
And in a way, it just it makes it easier to bake it into the profile rather than to add it to an extra rule. And especially since they are going to be in combat quite a lot, that when it gets to that second turn and they lose that ability, that would be a bit of a pain if they just had standard Shock Assault. So it's definitely a boost. For sure. Yeah.
Nice. And then Masters of the Warp. This is essentially their super doctrine. This is their special thing if everything in your army is a Grey Knight. So if everything in your army is a Grey Knight, excluding agents of the Imperium and unaligned units, psychic units in this in this army gain the ability of Masters of the Warp. And depending on which tide of the warp is dominating for your army, dominant for your army as follows. Okay, so at the start of the first battle round, choose which tides is currently dominant. The dominant tide can subsequently be changed using warp shaping psychic powers. See page 64, which we'll get to in a bit.
So it's a bit like having a canticle. You choose one that's active for your turn or several turns, but the stipulation with this one is you need to use a psychic power to change it, which could be quite a hindrance if you go up against another army that's very much anti-psyker. Or, for example, like, is it Black Templars that just have an ability that's like, oh yeah, I use a stratagem on a 4-up.
Yes.
You can't do it.
I mean, in a lot of instances, though, it's probably going to be rare that you're going to shift, because essentially what's really nice about this is that you choose it in your first battle round, so you know what you're facing off against. So you can just choose what seemingly is the most logical. The only thing that I suppose that is super interesting is that, hang on, let me just at the start of the first battle round. So it doesn't even need to be player turn. It's just literally when the game starts, I declare that I am either Tides of Convergence, Celerity, Shadows, Escalation, or Banishment. I just basically go, that's cool, that's what I'm doing, and that stays unless I shift it. But I feel like there are certain very circumstantial ones in here that you might shift to, but I think it's going to be pretty obvious to most players where they're gonna kick things off from, I would assume.
Yeah. Do we want to go through them?
I think it would make a lot of sense, Phil. Yeah, if we went through them. But yeah, I mean, again, in terms of the mechanic of this, obviously, as Phil has said, it's like the Canticles thing, or it's like the old style. Oh no, in fact, not the old style. It's like the Death Watch thing where you select a certain type of unit that you get the reroll ones.
That would be the other
one
I would have said it's most similar to.
Indeed. But tell us about the first one, Phil. Tides of Convergence.
Yep. So while it's active, add 6 inch to the range characteristic of psi weapons that models are equipped with. But also, you each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack with a nemesis weapon on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage.
Wow. That's amazing. When you consider basically everything these guys have is a nemesis weapon of some description.
Yeah. And it's like most shooting weapons are psi weapons and most close combat weapons are nemesis weapons.
Yes. I think the only exception to that is obviously just the standard Stormbolter is not a nemesis weapon.
Yeah.
Not a nemesis weapon, not a psi
weapon.
weapon, as it were, but all of their specialist weapons are psi weapons, right? So
pretty much, yeah.
Dread Knights with their Gatling silencers and their Nemesis Dread Fists, or whatever they're called, are going to be well suited to that ability. And I imagine increasing the range by 6 is going to be pretty meaningful as well.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It sounds very strong, to be fair. I imagine that will be, I mean, again, I haven't read all the rest of them yet, but I imagine that'll be a pretty consistent selection for a great many people.
Well, I suspect it's the most aggressive, attacking based one out of a lot.
Yeah. But should you want to look at other options, you've got the Tide of Celerity. Whilst this tide is dominant for your army, each time an advanced roll is made, treat a dice roll of 1, 2, or 1 and 2 as a free, and each time a charge roll is made for this unit, treat each dice roll of 1, 2 as a free. So basically, you are minimum advancing 3, and you are minimum charging 6. And that is a pretty meaningful power, because guaranteed charge ranges of even a distance as small as 6 inches is super meaningful, because obviously you know for certain that you can get in there, and a lot of the time 6s feel guaranteed, but all too often they fail.
Yeah, because one thing to note is most of this army, and it's one of the deployment abilities, they've all got combat squad, or the ones that can, like the normal Marines can, but they mostly all got teleport strike as well. So your whole army can pretty much deep strike. And basically, when you're doing minimum of 3 on both dice, if you roll a 6 on one, that's it, you've passed, because 6 plus 3 equals 9. So you've got much stronger chance of getting into combat from deep strike. So that's a really good combination if you are going to be deep striking a lot of your army.
Absolutely. Now, tell us about the shadows, Phil.
So,
who's lurking in the shadows?
Some shiny Grey Knight models in the Tide of Shadows. So while the Tide is dominant, each time a ranged attack is made by an enemy model more than 12 inches away from a unit that targets this unit, models in this unit are treated as having benefits of light cover. If every model in this unit was already receiving the benefits of light cover, they are also treated as receiving the benefits of dense cover. So that's -1 to hit. That's pretty tasty.
So in situations where you know you're going to be taking a lot of punishment turn 1, turn 2 from range. That's so valuable. The fact that you can literally look at your opponent's army and be like, cover. Like, I will be taking cover today, thank you.
Exactly. So it's like I imagine this is almost like the go-to turn 1 ability, especially if you know you're going second. Because you know the battle round, because of the start of the first battle round, so you know who's going first. So this is like your go-to defensive stratagem. I guess there could be a downside is if you do this and you know they have an ability to switch off your psychic power if you want to change in your turn, or maybe turn 2, because you don't want to be stuck in an ability if you, for example, then want to go, well, I need Tide of Celerity because I want to run across the board. But yeah, it's really solid.
Tide of Celerity has another weird little quirk, which is that it's a movement ability, and obviously the movement phase happens before the psychic phase. So if you're going to use a psychic power to gain access to that ability, you're doing so after. So you're not going to feel the benefit of that ability until
the following turn. Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Which is why potentially it might be good to start with Celerity, do the move psychic into something else. Like, for example, if you were going first, because again, it's at the start of the first battle round, so you know if you're going first or second. So you could literally start with Celerity, run up into all these different destinations, and then, albeit still being a range away, and then shift into shadows straight away.
Yeah, because if you're out in the open, you're still getting cover saves, so pretty much everything's got a 2-up save all of a sudden. Yeah. And then if you have got into a ruin, it's like, cool, I'm also -1 to be shot at. Yeah, which is really
so cool. If you're going to be very aggressive in your turn 1 and do like a really, push forward aggressive play, you can take advantage of that with it being your battle round, and then you can cycle into having cover saves in the open, assuming that you maintain the distance, which I suppose somewhat goes against the grain of what I'm saying, which is obviously getting up the table would imply that you're closer. But, again, a 6-inch move is still not going to necessarily close the distance on everything. And 6 inches plus a minimum 3, if you move that 9, there's still theoretically a good 12 inches, or rather, 15 odd inches between you and your opponents at that point.
Yeah,
so
it all depends on sort of how aggressive your opponent's gonna actually want to be.
Well, if they're the sort of army that want to stand and shoot you, you're not gonna, So
I think that there's still plenty of options for you being over 12 inches away, even if you've managed to move almost 12 yourself.
Yeah. Tide of Escalation. While this tide is dominant for your army, in your psychic phase, if your army includes a Brotherhood of the Psychers detachment, which it almost certainly will do because it kind of has to in order for you to get this ability, each time this unit is selected to manifest a psychic power, it can attempt to manifest its Brotherhood psychic power, even if that power has already been attempted to be manifested by another unit in that phase. And we'll obviously get to the Brotherhood psychic powers in a bit. Each time so basically it gains that whole smite stipulation where the casting value increases by 1. That's really interesting. So essentially you can take your Brotherhood specific psychic power and you can cast it multiple times if you're in this Tide of Escalation. Now, depending on what psychic powers they've got, that could be pretty awesome.
Yeah, the ability to spam a power, obviously, hopefully they've all been written with this tide in mind. So they all are going to be useful to do more than once per turn.
Tell us about the last one, Phil. The Banishment.
The Tide of Banishment. So the unit gains the following ability. It's an aura ability called Banishment. While an enemy demon unit is within 6 inches of this unit, subtract 2 to the leadership characteristic of models in the enemy unit. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack against a demon unit, reroll a hit roll of 1 and a wound roll of 1. So this is pretty good if you're up against demons, which thematically you should be, but 90% of the time probably won't be.
No.
But it's good to
Well,
have.
there's always demons lurking around in everyone. I know I carry a few demons around with me, Phil.
Well, pretty much every Chaos army has a demon, a
Of
little
some.
demon princey or demon nurglings or something
Yeah.
around somewhere. Yeah.
I mean, what I like about this, I like the fact that they have put their anti-demon stuff into this Masters of the Warp stuff, because I think actually what's good about that is it means that even though I'm getting innate benefits that are very strong, because I mean, being able to reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1 against all demons is super punishing. Like, that is really, really good. And the -2 leadership debuff as well, it should not be underestimated, because I think most demons are only like leadership 7 or maybe 8. Or no, are demons uncharacteristically high leaderships? I always forget with demons. Whatever the case, -2 is no fun. Suffering a -2 to your leadership is really meaningful. I know this as someone who played a lot of Hemlocks back in the day, and Hemlock's speciality was they were -2 leadership, and they definitely give you a lot of great leverage. But no, I mean, I really like the fact that essentially they've put this in here, and it is punishing to demon players, but there is at least some balance, that it's not just some kind of native ability that they get in addition to other Master of the Warp abilities.
Bloodletters, leadership 7.
Wow. So yeah, leadership 5 bloodletters are really not going to enjoy rolling them leadership tests after you've killed off a few. Because again, I mean, you kill 4 bloodletters, which is a incredibly low estimate based on re-rolling 1s to hit and wound. But you kill 4 of them, then all of a sudden with the -2, they're going to be needing to pass leadership tests on a 1, basically.
Yeah.
Which is highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's saying I like that they get it, but it's just not baked into their profile. That there's a trade-off of all these other abilities that they've got to do, and sometimes it feels like any time in the past a faction had a specific other faction ability. It always feels like that's somehow baked into their points cost, but 90% of the games they're not actually using that ability.
Yes, yeah.
So it's good that it's there, but it's sort of balanced out with these other much more universal abilities.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say it, Phil? That's good rules writing right there. That's sensible,
Eli,
interesting.
I hate to give it to you, GW, but you done well. You done well.
That is good. No, but it is good because it's just because again, it's a really nice solution to what has historically been a problematic situation for the Grey Knights.
No, that's true.
Because that was always the thing. It's like against demons, they were incredible. Like I remember at Beachhead Brawl in 2020, there was a lad who turned up with free Skull Master Lord thingamabibs, the big old
Lord of Skulls.
Lord of Skulls, that was the thing. And in one of the rounds, he drew up against Lawrence, and Lawrence was famously for that event running the Grey Knight army after Psychic Awakening,
and they were really good.
But they were really good. But also, obviously, this dude rocked up with 3 massive demon engines. So Lawrence is just like, well, you're not going to have a fun time. And just smited him to death, which was absolutely hilarious. The other abilities that are in here, as Phil said, is the combat squad stuff, which is combat squad. We probably don't need to elaborate on that, but Phil, do you want to elaborate on that?
If you are a 10-man Space Marine squad, as you deploy, you can decide to be 2 5-man Space Marine squads.
Or more specifically, if you are a maximum size Space Marine squad, you can split into 2 equal halves.
Is maximum not always 10?
Most of the time, yeah. There are some weird instances with like bike squads and things, but they don't really come into existence in this book.
Yes,
so
I mean, you could also, for example, in terms of regular Space Marines, if you were Gravis, you're 6-man, you can split into 2 3-man squads. So you are correct.
There we go. And then Teleport Strike, which is interesting, right? Because basically, more or less everything in this army has Teleport Strike by the sounds of things. So during deployment, if every model in this unit has this ability, then you can set up this unit in the teleportarian chamber instead of setting them up on the battlefield. If you do, then the reinforcement, blah, blah, coming with a 9. But having a quick sort of whiz through the book.
I reckon it's everything but vehicles. And obviously
Yes.
The Dreadnoughts will get it. It's just flyers,
Dreadnoughts do get it,
rhinos,
yep.
land raiders, as fun as that would be, sadly cannot.
Yeah, the Dreadnoughts are without it.
Oh,
but
and I doubt Servitors can either. But if they can, that would be very cool.
No, I don't think the Servitors can. But yeah, no, the Dreadnoughts can, which is cool. So yeah, so the fact that you can have everything having the option of teleport is pretty tasty. So there you go. That's their abilities. I think that's, it's not that bad, all things considered. I think there's going to be some people who might struggle with the idea that they don't get the +1 attack, because obviously the +1 attack would be really egregious, especially when they've got 3 attacks based now. So if you're finding yourself playing against a Grey Knight player and he goes, "Oh, I've got 4 attacks because some was Space Marine and Shock Assault," it's like, no, that's not in there. So often is the case where, you take away a rule that's so baked into the general, baseline army, it can be very easy to kind of overlook that. But yeah, just be aware of it. So I think next we should talk about the psychic powers, Phil, because the Grey Knights are their psychic powers, right? And it seems like the next best place to start is by talking about their psychic powers. So they've got 2 disciplines. They've got the Dominus discipline and they've got the Santic discipline. There is some extra guff that I've just noticed on Santic. So we will... Oh, Santic. How are we pronouncing that?
Sanctic.
Oh, Sanctic. There it is. All of a sudden, the words make sense. So there's some extra guff on there about psychic confluence. Confluence? Conference?
Confluence, yeah.
Confluence. Okay, we're good with that one. So I don't know what that is yet. I'll read that as we go along. But on the Dominus discipline, Phil, why don't you tell us about the first one, a popular one, a one that people might remember from older editions?
Exactly. It is Gate of Infinity. It is a blessing. It has a warp charge value of 7, which is the average dice roll, remember, on 2 dice. If manifested, select 1 friendly Grey Knight Psyche unit within 18 inches of this Psyker. Remove that unit from the battlefield and set it up anywhere back on the battlefield, more than 9 inches away from an enemy model. So it's pretty cool. You can shunt your units around anywhere you want after you've already deep strike them down on the table.
Do they still have those units that are just... they must still have those units that are just all flamers, right? I mean, like the nonsense you could do with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they must exist. Yeah,
they probably do. They used to have units that were just like Devastator squads.
I want to say
they're just all incinerators,
purifiers, but they're not, because
something like
they've
that makes
got
sense.
4 swords. So,
oh no, the Percutation squad.
Ah, right. Yeah. Yes.
Any
that's
number
it.
of models. Up to 4 Persian can have their storm bolters and Nemesis 4 sword replaced with 1 weapon from the special weapons list, whatever that is. I assume the special weapon list infers that there is a flamethrower of some
special weapons incinerator. Yeah.
There we go.
Odd that it's not baked into the profile, but yeah, 12-inch range, heavy D6, strength 6, -1 damage, auto hits.
Nice.
So yeah.
Having them pop up, we're outside of 9 inches, burning up the place. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Well, what's good with that is because they've got such short range, you can obviously teleport strike them by default, kill something, and then have another unit or potentially themselves. Oh, actually, no, you still need... This is the thing, they're all psychers, right? But I presume most of the default units don't get access to a psychic power, they just get access to smite.
They have specific psychic powers. You've now just reminded me of that. That's something that's quite important. So specific units have specific psychic powers, and they are all from the Sanctic discipline.
Yeah, so for example, Purgation squads have access to Smite and Astral Aim from the Sanctic discipline. You're right, they're all different. So Inceptor squads have Smite plus Ethereal Castigation. Nemesis Dreadnought has Smite and Hammer Hand, so this is something I guess to bear in mind. I guess that's a bit to remember that every unit, but it's good that they have every unit has access to something other than Smite, because I always assumed they just had Smite and it was the characters that had access to these better powers, and I don't know if that is how it was in 7th and 8th edition.
In the 8th edition version, they baked in specific psychic powers for specific units as well, I'm pretty sure. They did also used to, as part of Brotherhood of the Psyker, have weird restrictions to how much they could smite. Whereas now it appears that they're just, rolling with full-blown smite everywhere.
Yes, because at one point they reduced it down to, wasn't it, just like a 1 mortal wound damage, like mini smite, but now it's full-blown smites.
But it didn't increase the casting value.
Yeah.
So the idea was that you could smite with this 1 smite variant, but it only ever was Warp Charge 5. Whereas now it will be Warp Charge 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, 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 blah. But it will potentially do the full effect.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
Is quite interesting.
I just noticed Paladin squads, for example, no smite plus 2 psychic powers from Santic Discipline, so they actually get to choose, and they get to choose. The squad. Yeah, so they're
that's interesting.
They're the Terminators. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. But there we go. Gates of Infinity. You can teleport all over the place, and that's good in the game of 40k. Then we've got Empiric Amplification. It's a malediction. It has a warp charge of 7, and it has a range of 12, affecting enemy units within 12 and visible to this psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time an attack made with a nemesis or psi weapon is allocated to the model in that unit. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of that attack. Oh,
that is
suit you, sir.
Pretty good.
Imagine that Nemesis Dreadnought just going, today I will be doing 1 extra damage to that. Have at it. It's like, that's crazy.
Surely it's going to be, well, it would be good on close combat weapons, but also really good on the shooting psi weapons as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Because it's all attacks. You're just basically going, cool, I'm just doing 1 extra damage to you constantly.
Yeah, I guess pretty much all the regular squads just have Stormbolters, so they're not affected by it. But all the special weapons, which are all the psi weapons, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the with the psi weapons. But that's why I think it's the Nemesis Dreadnought will love that. It'll have a lovely time.
Yeah, because the Nemesis 4-sword is 2 damage already, so that takes up to 3.
Flat 3 when you do this.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty tasty. And then obviously if you're in the thingy discipline, or not the discipline, the psychic order or whatever it was, the first one we talked about, you get mortal wounds
on a 6 to wound. Yeah.
Well. Yeah. So all of a sudden that becomes real terrifying.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So, turn 1, you Gates of Infinity, a Nemesis Dreadnought up the board. Then it uses its Empiric Amplification. And then you murder something.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty tasty.
Yeah, damn straight. Tell us about the next one, Phil.
So the next one is Sanctuary. I believe this is a popular old one as well. It's a blessing, warp charge value of 6. Select a friendly Grey Knights unit within 18 inches of the psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, they have a 4+ invulnerable save.
Crikey. The fact they've got 18-inch range on these psychic powers as well is absurdly long range for this stuff. A lot of the time with these kind of blessings, they go so far as to give them like a 6-inch range. So the fact that they've given these 18-inch ranges is also
really 6 inches seems quite small for a psychic power.
Well, when it's a pick unit ability, a lot of the time when it's something that massively amplifies another unit, they tend to be quite restrictive on the ranges. Not for the Elder.
I cast Healing Hands, I must literally touch you to make it happen.
Yeah, more or less, right? But I think that's the thing. Like when you look at stuff like, I suppose, I don't know, there's certain abilities like certain auras and things in the regular Space Marines that only have like ranges of like 3 in the case of the Apothecaries, but obviously other sort of like psychic powers that have like blessings of some note. They normally have ranges of like 6 or 12 inches. I think Unleash Fury or something like that, which is a Blood Angel psychic power, has like a range of 12 or something, because it's just super powerful. So I think they needed to relatively restrict it, like the idea that they needed to put those psychers into more kind of risky ranges, whereas with these guys, it seems like they've amped up the ranges of those powers a bit, which I think works well to the archetype of the army. I think it's pretty cool. The next psychic power is the Vortex of Doom. It sounds impressive, but is it? It's a Witchfire ability with a casting cost of 7, or a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, you select one enemy unit within 12 and visible to the Psyker. Each other enemy unit within 3 of the Psyker unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Okay, so basically, you do this ability, and then everything else around it suffers 1 mortal wound. And then the selected unit suffers 2d3 mortal wounds. Good lord. If the model manifesting this power has a psychic epitome warlord trait, only the unit you selected suffers the additional mortal wound from that trait, not those other units within 3. Well, it's good they clarified that. I don't know what that warlord trait is yet, but I'm assuming it's extra mortal wounds. But that as it is bonkers. Like, so the idea I just literally go, now I'm doing 2d3s with a damage, and everything around you is suffering 1 mortal wound. Noting that the order of the sequence is that you distribute the mortal wounds to everything around it, and then you do the mortal wounds to the unit. So if it's a big unit that is within 3 inches of lots of other stuff in your opponent's army, that's going to do some serious damage for 7 warp charge. That might be the most destructive psychic power in the game.
Oh no, I was just double checking to see if it comboed with Tides of Escalation, which allows you to repeat powers, but I'm pretty sure that is just for Brotherhood specific special powers.
That is, yes.
Which is good, because that would be crazy. But yeah, 2d3, that's pretty high. Warp charge value of 7, pretty high as well. And obviously, most people look at that as a negative, but I actually think it's kind of got like a bit of a double-edged sword. It's like, yes, it's harder to cast, but then in doing so, it's much harder for your opponent to deny as well, unless they themselves have a bunch of stacking abilities to increase their deny the witch. And actually, I think 7's like the highest out of all of the powers, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've seen higher ones in the past. I mean, 7 is an average, but I mean, it doesn't seem too bad. It's not a guarantee, but it is a, probably like a 2 in 3 chance of going off, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, but if it does go off, you're going to feel that. I mean, 2d3 might not sound like a lot until someone does it to you. The idea that they can just potentially kill as many as 6 members of a unit, assuming they've got 1 wound. So 6 orc boys plus 1 extra orc boy out of every other orc boy unit that's within 3 or whatever.
I think you can cleverly cast this on a unit to do a ton of like single mortal wounds on a bunch of different units. That will add up over time, especially in conjunction with all your regular smites. The fact that, what's the range of this? I mean, it is only 12 inches, but then you can all teleport strike in or use Gates of Infinity to get where you need to go to use this ability. That is quite strong, I think.
Yeah, no, it's a ridiculously powerful psychic power. It's so good. It's a bit bonkers. Tell us about the next one, Phil.
Warp Shaping. Warp charge value of 4. If manifested, select 1 tide of the warp. All right, this is it. That has not been dominant for your army during this battle. For army's current dominant tide is changed to the selected one. So what's interesting is you obviously can't repeat tides unless there's maybe like a warlord trait or another psychic power somewhere else in the book. But it currently seems like you can only do each tide once. So
I think most of the time you're probably going to settle in your 1 tide, or you're going to have a specific strategy about shifting it depending on certain matchups. I assume that you're going to have this as a psychic power on one of your grand masters or one of your captains, and just be like, yeah, if I need it, I've got it there. It's a nice trick to have in the pocket.
Oh yeah,
it's not
for
something
sure.
that
Because
you need to.
and obviously it's one of those things that you can have on a character that's just hanging at the back. It doesn't need to be necessarily like a frontline person, but then maybe it would have to go on to like a character, and all your characters are important because you're such an elite army. So you might have to be getting stuck in with everyone.
Yes. Well, I get the impression that, you know, you definitely need to be bold with these characters. You definitely need to throw them into the fray and
Yeah,
take advantage of them, because there does seem to be a lot of power in these units, and it seems that they are optimized to perform in that mid-table. So yeah, no, very, very impressive. The next psychic power is Ghostly Bonds. It's a malediction. Ghostly Bonds has a warp charge of 5. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to this psychic. To the start of your next psychic phase, half that unit's move characteristic. Oh, that's a real.
that's nice.
That's a real. Yeah, it's an upsetting thing to do to someone, because there's definitely some fun things you can do with that. Again, 18-inch range is pretty reasonable, because I suppose if you think about it, if you're within 18 inches of an enemy unit that has a 6-inch move, then all of a sudden you've essentially made it that unit in that exchange will not be able to charge you in return. So you essentially, as a trade-off, you can be quite cheeky with it, because if you do it at the, you know, anywhere between 18 and 15 inches, so if you're 16 inches away from an enemy model, and you do that to them, and their move is now reduced to 3 plus 12, 15. So you can essentially create a situation where you can be quite bothersome. So I think it's got some play, but I imagine you're not really going to look too far past Gates of Infinity, Vortex of Doom, the Empiric Amplification, and, to be fair, Sanctuary. I feel like those 4 are going to be your main go-tos a lot, and then Warp Shaping and Ghostly Bonds are context sensitive, I would say.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if some units have these ones baked into them already, so you don't necessarily need to put them on your characters. If a unit,
well,
for
I
example,
think it's
could
only
cast
the
them.
Sanctic Discipline abilities that are baked into units.
Okay.
I think the Dominus Discipline is specifically for Librarians, Grandmasters, basically for characters.
Well, that would make more sense.
Yes.
Yes. I think I saw, maybe it was the Ancient I saw that could do Dominus, and that was what made me think other units could be. But
yeah, I suppose the Dominus is itself a character, though, right?
Yeah, so Brotherhood Champion, he's Dominus. Chaplain, also Dominus, which is an interesting one, because could they take chaplains before?
Yes, they added chaplains in the last book.
Okay.
And hilariously, the photograph chaplain is a limited edition chaplain that you can't buy anymore.
Yeah, no, I did think that's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's weird that they didn't use.
And yeah, Ancient is so you're right. It is all kind of the characters. The character class. Is the Tech Marine a new thing for the Grey Knights? I can never remember if they had Tech Marines before. I can't.
They definitely didn't used to have them, but now they do.
The fact that there's no photo in the book makes me assume it's new. But also, this to me feels like, and I could be wrong, the first time a Games Workshop book has done a data sheet that doesn't have a photo in it. Like, they've done that.
No, the Thousand Sun book is full of them as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's so many Thousand Sun units that have been
they came out at the same time, so it's weird, because obviously I'm used to it from Forge World indexes, and I think it's really kind of poor form. It's like, come on, Games Workshop army painters, get painting these models you want to sell, and it feels a bit frustrating, because you're like, oh, what does a Grey Knights Tech Marine look like? Is it red? Is it silver? Is it silver with a bit of red? We don't know, because there's no photo of it. And just sometimes you just want to double check what the actual model is meant to be, for example, and it doesn't have a photo. I find that quite frustrating.
What's interesting as well is they have demonstrated a willingness to kit bash and convert in these images as well, because the Brotherhood Librarian is not a you know, an official GW kit per se. It's well, I mean, it is, but it's a series of miniatures smashed together. It's a kit bash, right? So it's interesting because they've kind of set a precedent within the book that that they're willing to use.
Well,
kit
they
bashes.
had done that in the last edition with the Grandmaster in Nemesis Dreadnought, because that doesn't have an official model, and when they added that to the 8th edition Codex in the corresponding White Dwarf, I mean, I assume it was 8th and not 7th edition, one of the editions, there was in corresponding White Dwarf like how to convert up kit bash your Nemesis Dreadnought to be a Grandmaster. I presume it was just swapping out the character model in the baby carrier.
Yeah. But irrespective, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right, Phil. I think it is a bit bad form for them not to, you know, just give you some examples. And again, like, you know, having actually sort of scheduled their work to, because I mean, again, it must just be like the weirdest thing. You can imagine that moment where the graphics designer's like waiting on someone for like all the photography for the book, and he's like, where's my unit photos? Where's my pictures? And then it's like, I'm missing 4 entries.
Yeah,
like, oh well.
There's quite a lot in it. Like, there's no Grandmaster model. Is that because there is no model?
There is no Grandmaster model, no.
Okay, interesting. I mean,
well, there is a Grandmaster model, but he's a special character.
But he's
Grandmaster Voldus.
Yeah, it's like Games Workshop picks and chooses when it wants to follow its very strict rules. So sometimes it's, if there's no data sheet, i.e. if there's no model, because it's a Forge World model, we're going to discontinue it and it's going to move to Legends. But when it's a Games Workshop product that we feel quite strongly about, we're going to keep it in, even if it doesn't have a model. And it's like, oh, just pick a lane and stick to it, Games Workshop. It's a bit frustrating from my. And I only say this because all the Krieg models have gone to Legends, and it's like.
Well, that's because they're going to sell everyone the new shiny plastic kits now, Phil.
Well, maybe that is
your mainstream now. Get on board.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's going to have a Krieg army. You're not going to get that special warm, fuzzy feeling anymore. When you
let's talk about the Santic Discipline psychic powers.
There we go. So that psychic confluence thing that I said I didn't realize before, but have now read, is essentially it's like Smite, but for every one of these powers, essentially.
In terms of it costs one each time you.
Yeah. So each time a Grey Knight Psychic is selected to manifest psychic powers, it can attempt to manifest any of the psychic powers that it knows from Sanctic Discipline, even if that power has already been attempted to be manifested. Yada, 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 add 1 to the psychic test.
Okay, yeah. So this is where some of these powers cost warp charge value of 6 will get pretty hard to pull off after your first one.
They're going to start getting pricey.
Yeah.
But why don't you tell us about the first one?
First one, Astral Aim. It's a blessing. It is a warp charge value of 6. Until the start of your next psychic phase, you get 2 things. Each time this psychic unit is selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 and only 1 hit roll when resolving the unit's attacks. Each time a model in this psychic unit makes a ranged attack, the target does not receive the benefit of cover.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's a nice additive.
Yeah, I mean, the only 1 hit roll is a little bit weak, but on certain like heavy weapons that have low volume of shots, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Who was it that had Astral Aim? Was it we said before it was like the Purge?
Yeah, I think it was those guys. Let's have a quick flick through. Not Purifier squads.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll do Purge Soul, and you can tell us who has the Astral Aim.
It is Purgation squads, which do have access to the special weapons.
Yes, well, that makes sense, right? Yeah. The ability for them to ignore cover and reroll wounds is pretty meaningful with their, reroll
ones to hit and ignore cover.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Purge Soul, it's a Witchfire ability, which manifests on a 6, and it is a unit within 12 of the Psyker that has not already been selected for this power, this phase. Then roll a d6 and add the Psyker's leadership characteristic to the result. Your opponent then rolls 1d6 and adds that unit's leadership characteristic. So basically, even though you can do this multiple times, you can't do it to the same unit multiple times. You have to basically choose different units for this ability to go off on. Then you have to roll a d6 and add your leadership, and your opponent does the same. If the total is higher than your opponent's, the selected unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. If the total is equal, they suffer 1, and if it's less, they suffer nothing.
Well, at least you don't take mortal wounds.
What's that? Sorry.
At least you don't take mortal wounds if you
That's
roll
true.
lower.
Yes, absolutely.
So there's no real downside to this one. Yeah, so I assume it's when you can't select another. You can't select the same enemy unit.
Correct. Yeah.
To do it.
Yeah. I suppose it's one of those things that you're probably not going to use it all that often, but you're going to use it when Smite has become absurdly expensive. Would probably be my
it's nice that they are doing kind of Smite via backdoor, like so you've got Vortex of Doom for like a super Smite, you've got Purge Soul for like it is pretty much a regular Smite, but it's
on the assumption that you can beat your
so it's like a regular Smite, but you've got an extra step to make it a little bit harder.
Smite with extra steps.
But then if you're doing it on demons that are already -2 leadership, it's like it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, they're not going to have a good time with that. The next one is a famous one. I've heard many a person talk about this one before.
Yeah.
What is it?
Hammerhand. This is the one the Dreadknights, I believe, have access to. It's a blessing, warp charge value of 5. If manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in this psychic unit makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the wound roll. Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a good one. That is really good, to be fair. So it has a warp charge of 5. Wow, okay.
So it goes off pretty easily, and re-roll wound rolls. That is strong.
And it's all models as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
It makes that re-roll 1 hit roll seem a bit rubbish in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Who's got Hammerhand?
So the Dreadknight definitely has it. Yep.
Has he?
With his, strength 12 close combat weapons. Doesn't really need the re-roll.
He needs it, mate. He needs it. He's not going to get anything done.
I reckon some of the Terminators... Oh, well, the Terminators can get it because they get to choose 2 from the Sanctic. So the Paladin squad could take it if they want.
Which they absolutely will.
Yes, because they've got force weapons, which are +1 strength, so strength 5. So that's like a really great sort of value to get the re-rolls on.
Oh, the regular strike squad has it.
Oh, yeah. No, and again, they've got 4 swords, so strength 5 again. Pretty solid.
Oh, and the Terminator squads have it. Blimey. God, they've thrown that around. That is... Woo, that's a very powerful ability to give to all troops.
What is the difference between a Paladin squad and a Terminator squad?
So it is wounds and loadout. So Paladin squads are 4 wounds, and they have more psychic powers, and they can have slightly different loadout options. Although I don't actually think they get different loadout options. I just think they're more psychic, and also they're more woundful. Unless they've changed that. It used to be they have more wounds. How many wounds have they got now?
So regular Terminators are 3, Paladins are 3.
Oh, okay. So I think it used to be the Paladins were 3 and Terminators were 2. Well, then in which case it's probably the fact that they get to pick their disciplines or pick their psychic powers.
So I presume they're also, they are Terminator squads, right? So they're just like an elite version of...
Yeah, they're elite Terminators, yeah.
I guess maybe if I read the Codex, I'll find out in the little lore section at the front.
Exactly. Well, Paladins used to be, the big boys. They used to be the hot sauce. But now, I always felt like with the Grey Knights that, having access to Terminators as a troop choice was a bit bananas. But I feel like that will probably become much more prevalent now that they've kind of upped the game of the Terminator squad.
Yeah, and other people are already taking Terminator squads. So the fact that these guys are... Oh, right, yeah.
Psychic Terminators.
Yes, well, I'm just checking. So the Paladin squad is an elite squad, but the regular Terminator squad is troops, and therefore OBSEC, which is...
Yes.
Really good.
How many points are the old Terminator squad in this book? the troop variants.
You're gonna ask me to flick around, are you?
Well, that's what I'm doing also.
Terminators are 42 points a model.
Okay.
The what do I call them? Paladin squad, 47 points a model. Bit more pricey.
That is 2 points more than the Scarab Occult Terminators for the Thousand Suns, but it makes sense because obviously Scarab Occult Terminators are not OBSEC, unless of course they are, which I think you can make them. But let's not dwell on them. We're going to talk about them some other time. Next thing along is Purifying Flame, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows the inherent benefits of Purifying Flames. It's a warp charge of 5 if manifested. Oh, okay, only a range of 9. Which is interesting. Not often you see 9s. I'm hoping this is going to be pretty strong. So yeah, they suffer 3 mortal wounds. If the result was 11, D3 plus 3. Wow.
So yes, that is really strong.
Yeah. But the fact it's only a 9-inch range means that you can't then obviously utilize the shenanigans where you're deep striking them in.
True, or even using Gate of Infinity. So
yes, so you can't have these guys flying around. So if you're looking at this, you might be considering some kind of rhino rushing to go back to the old school methodologies.
Yeah, because if you have, and let's find a unit that can possibly use this. I'm going to say it's a pure.
I think I read
it's the Purify squads.
Yeah.
So you could have a bunch of them that could cast this. It's like, yes, it's only 9 inches, but it's a warp charge value of 5, so you could probably get it off like 3 times with relative ease. Well, definitely twice. Yeah, the thing I gather is there isn't really any abilities that boost your psychic powers in terms of your casting value. So when it is a warp charge value of 5 or goes up to 7, you can't really get +1 to that roll, which I think is good because their whole mechanic is based around repeatedly, not spamming, but repeatedly casting powers when it's needed. And some of them are pretty strong, like this one.
Oh, look.
Is strong.
In their ability, Cleansing Flame, each time this unit attempts to manifest Purifying Flame psychic power, add 1 to the psychic powers attempt.
Oh, you're making a liar out of me. But that is, oh wow, that is cool. Yeah, because I guess you could go, well, the Paladins could take it because they get a free pick, but they won't get the +1. But your Purifiers, wow, I'm sure you could have a fun build with them in Rhinos or whatever transport of your choices. Just casting
Rhinos is probably most sensible because they don't get drop pods, do they? The Grey Knights.
I thought they used to in early editions.
No, they won't do because obviously they teleport in everywhere. They're not really. Drop pods are a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, no, maybe it was just
teleports.
Yeah,
everywhere.
Maybe it was just the Rhinos and Razorbacks I was thinking of, and
but still, like, because you could put 2 units in a Rhino, advance it up the board turn 1, really run it up there, and then obviously turn 2 you can jump out and Purifying Flame people.
Yeah,
be having a lovely time.
I just realised it was or stick them in a Storm Raven gunship, for example.
Storm Raven gunship is still a bit overpriced.
Oh,
I feel,
no, I totally agree. But I like the fact that you can also take a Grey Knight a Dreadnought in there.
Yes, yeah, you could take the Grey Knight Dreadnought, and the Dreadnought is a Psyker.
Is it?
Yeah, all their Dreadnoughts are Psykers.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Dreadnoughts and Dreadknights are Psykers. He's looking. He's getting there. He's gonna have a moment of revelation.
I'm flicking.
I don't know.
I don't know which direction I'm going in. Oh wait, here we go. It's the ones that don't have a picture. Okay.
Oh no, it's down a cul-de-sac,
yeah.
Phil.
No, that's cool.
Yeah. What abilities does he get?
Knights of Titan.
No, psychic power. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Smite and Armored Resilience from Sanctic to Splint.
Well, that's useful because that's the next one we're going to talk about.
It is. It's my turn to talk about it. So it's Armored Resilience. It's a blessing. It's a warp charge value of 6. If manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, add 1 to the armor saving throw made for models in this psyker's unit.
Amazing. So you got a 2-up armor save on your venerable Dreadnought.
So there's no range on it, so you're going to cast it on yourself. But for
Yeah.
a dreadnought to be able to do that, to give it a 2-up save, pretty good. Venerable Dreadnought can do it as well. That's pretty cool. I wonder if a Dread Knight do they just get the hammer hand?
Well, no, Dread Knights are different because they can also take some of the Dominus disciplines, I believe, or they get access to a Dominus discipline, or at least the Grandmaster one does.
Oh well, yeah.
No one ever looks at a regular Dread Knight anymore.
Well, I think that might change in this edition.
Oh,
Smites
is that
Smite and Hammer Hand is the only one they get.
Oh, okay, fine.
Well, they've got 2-up save anyway, so it's not like they really need.
It's not going to make a big difference then. No, I like that. All right, and then last one is Ethereal Castigation. Blessing has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, the Psycho unit can shoot as if it were any shooting phase. As if it were your shooting phase, and then it can make a normal move as if it were your movement phase. After making this move and/or resolving these shooting attacks, until the end of the turn, this Psychic unit cannot make a normal move, advance, charge, or shoot. So basically, in the Psychic phase, you shoot, then move, but then you don't shoot again in your shooting phase.
Yeah, so it could be useful. Like if you're peeking out behind, just almost behind cover, do your shooting, hide back behind cover, like the cowardly Grey Knight that it's making you out to be, or you just move a bit closer. But
is another use for it though, right? Is like if you're not taking Terminators, if you are taking the regular squads, obviously Bolter Discipline only applies if you remain stationary. You remain stationary, then you shoot, then you move. So you could, if you really needed those extra shots and you knew you weren't going to be getting into contention for a charge, you could stand still, shoot, then move. But then it depends who gets the ethereal castigation, because obviously I know now that most of the power armored units are not getting this psychic power. So which of these, who's getting that psychic power?
The Terminator squad, the Paladin squad could pick it because they get to pick 2. The benefit of that is they could.
So that might be Paladin exclusive, essentially.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
on account of the fact they're the only people that could choose.
That they could cast it, shoot, move closer to the enemy, and then cast something else that puts them in range of an enemy unit. So, if you wanted to do Purifying Flame with its 9-inch range and you're not in 9 inches initially, something like that could be quite useful.
On the assumption that you wouldn't be able to make the charge otherwise, I guess, is again, it's one of those situations where you're not going to be able to charge.
Yeah, I mean, the other option, I presume you can't cast it twice.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Think about this as a simple combo. A Gate of Infinity, a unit of Paladins up the board. They then cast Ethereal Castigation on themselves. They then shoot and then move. Because they can't charge or do anything after that. And as far as I'm aware, the stipulation about moving after you were deep struck has been not stipulated in 9th edition because they've taken that into consideration. So that used to be a rules stipulation within FAQs for 8th edition. But as far as I'm aware, that hasn't made its way across into 9th.
I think it has because it affects units like Scions coming out of Valkyrie still. So there are obviously a lot of old codexes with abilities that have workarounds like that. So it is in a rare rule to say you can't do that. However, that is normally, and I don't know if this is correct or not, that is normally for deep striking units that aren't on the board. And I thought, and I could be wrong, that if you were already on the board and then you move, you could then still move afterwards. But I don't actually know.
So it needs some finessing. There needs to be some, procrastination on that. But, there is some potential play. And there's some interesting things you can do with it. The fact you can move, shoot, move is still pretty meaningful.
Yeah, and I assume there's no way, because it's a blessing, so you can only cast it. And obviously you couldn't know one psychic power twice, so there's no way for you to replicate doing it and it even seems like you can't, because it says you can't shoot again, so I assume that in itself would stop it from happening.
Yeah. But still really interesting. I mean, again, it adds some flex. I think Hammer Hand is absurdly strong. That feels like it needs to become reroll ones to wound. The idea that you can reroll all wounds is a bit mad.
Well, I assume it mostly means ones anyway, based on it's predominantly going to be on a Dread Knight, but obviously, yeah, you've got other units that...
No, Hammer Hand goes off on all sorts of stuff.
Well,
the normal troops have got Hammer Hand.
Well, yeah, that's true. Those guys, yeah, because obviously things like Paladins can take it. So, yeah,
yeah, but again, like a regular Terminator squad with their Nemesis Dread Blades are going to run in, and then are going to be
because strike squads get it as well, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, 3 attacks each. So if you've got a 5-man unit of those Terminators, if you give them the double sword, I think that increases their attacks as well. I don't think the double sword is it didn't used to be widely talked about, but do they get the double sword option? Any number of models, 4 sword replaced with 1 weapon from the melee list, and then for every 5 models. Okay. So they can replace their sword with a weapon from the melee list. I don't know then if it's just the paladins.
So Nemesis Falchion says each time the bearer fights, if it's equipped with 1 or more falchions, it may make an additional attack using this profile.
Nice.
And I assume, because that's a melee weapon, they could have it.
The paladin squad's got 4 attacks a man. That is crazy. So literally you run in with those with these falchions, and then all of a sudden you've got your 5 attacks a man, 6 on your paragon, and then you're re-rolling to wound with all of it. It's like, have some of that. Oh, and by the way, any 6s are mortal wounds. Yay!
Yeah, because they can all have the dual falchions, can't they?
Yes. Yeah.
So they've all got 5 attack space.
Yeah, so a 5-man unit is doing 26 attacks. Any 6 is doing mortal wounds.
That is pretty mad. And then you could even look at the litanies to see how you could combo that even further.
Oh yes, because obviously you've got like chaplains and stuff in there as well, right? So you can start looking at all the litany stuff that you can. Have they got specific litanies?
They do seem to, yeah. So litany.
Should we smash through that really quickly?
First one, Litany of Expulsion is an aura ability. If this litany is inspiring, then while a friendly Grey Knight's core or Grey Knight's character unit is within 6 inches of this priest, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, you can reroll the hit roll.
Blimey.
Not even ones, just all of them. So there you go. That's the one you probably take.
Wow. So that's just an aura. So that's a 6-inch aura for everything. So you're re-rolling hits, re-rolling wounds with it.
Yeah. So your paladin squad hits on 2s anyway.
Because Litanies of Hate is a ability that you put on one specific unit, but the idea that you could basically turn that into a 6-inch aura.
Wait, they are core as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Words of Power. Grey Knight core and Grey Knight characters within 6. Each time models in that unit make a melee attack with a nemesis weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 successfully wounds the target 1 additional time. And if the tide of convergence is dominant your army, the target also suffers 1 mortal wound. So it's only saying that you only suffer the 1 mortal wound off of it. An unmodified wound roll of 6 successfully wounds the target 1 additional time. So basically, if you roll a 6, you will have done 2 wounds to the thing. So you will have done 2 individual wounds with the thing and a mortal wound. Wow.
So yeah, because Tide of Convergence is on a wound unmodified roll of a 6, you do 1 mortal wound. So this is basically 2 mortal wounds plus an additional hit.
What's the wording on Hammerhand again? Actually, let me just read this. If the unit starts, each time one in the psychic unit makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the wound roll. So you can fish for 6s.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You basically take everything that isn't a 6 and re-roll it. Just be like, yeah, because I've got words of power. I'm just going to fish for these mortal wounds and these exploding sixes with my, 5-man paladin squad. So all of a sudden, my 5-man paladin squad has done something in the ballpark of 30 wounds to you by the end.
Yeah, pretty good. Intonement for guidance.
And 5 mortal wounds on top. So there you go.
Yeah.
Intonement
for guidance. If a listing is inspiring, select one Grey Knight's core or Grey Knight's character unit within 6 of the priest. Each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, you can ignore any or all hit roll and ballistic skill modifiers.
Yeah, it's all right. It's no words of power.
No, it's niche, but it is pretty useful if you're in a ton of woods.
The Psalm of Purity. Grey Knight characters and core within 6. Each time models in that unit make ranged attacks, an unmodified wound roll of 6 improves the arm penetrating characteristic of the attack by 1. It's all right. Again, it's no words of power, but it's pretty strong.
True. Refrain of convergence. Select one unit within 6 of the priest. That unit and the models it contains stop being affected by any psychic powers that had been affecting it, that has been manifested by an enemy unit. It's quite an interesting, very niche, but interesting. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit and all the models it contains are not affected by any psychic powers manifested by enemy units.
So you could do that on enemy units as well as your own. Because if this litany is inspired, select one unit within 6 of the priest. So you basically inspire it and you select a unit. That unit and models it contains stop being affected by psychic powers that had been affecting it, that had been manifested by the enemy unit, by an enemy unit. So the idea is even if it's a blessing,
right?
So
Yeah.
So if you've put a blessing on a unit where now they're getting +1 to their save, you're turning that off. And then in the preceding turn, if they're still around, they then still cannot receive blessings. So if you've got units that are benefiting from specific psychic powers that are bolstering their abilities, you can turn them off. I don't think that they've done anything like that before. But the range is absurdly
judging
short.
by the wording, that's not what it's meant to do. So I presume it might get FAQ'd because it's saying he's fighting to cast down the malign sorcery of the enemy, presumably.
Yeah, but that still means malign sorcery is still working to the benefit and the malediction, I suppose, isn't it?
Maybe.
You're just trying to stop them doing psychic stuff. It doesn't matter who they're doing on. You're just not having it. No, stop it, you.
Yeah, and to start, so it's basically the unit doesn't have any. If it does have a power cast on it, it gets cancelled, and in your enemy's next turn, can't cast any powers on that unit as well. So you could kind of preemptively use it on a unit as well.
But also, then as well that you can obviously you can cast it on, say, a paladin unit, and then you can shoot that paladin unit up the board. And if you know that they're using like enemy psychers, you know that you're not going to have to deal with any kind of ill effects that would come your way, like they would become immune to smite, because it's like, nope, can't do it, mate. Not to me.
Yeah, I'm not too fussed on this one, to be honest.
It's an edge case, but it's interesting. I like it from a
kind of
I like it, but I appreciate it's not good. Yeah. Then we've got recitation of projection. Okay. Grey Knight core and character units within 6 of the priest until the start of your next command phase. Add 6 to the range characteristics of bolt and psi weapons models in that unit are equipped with. If the tide of convergence is dominant for your army, then add 6 to the range of bolt weapons, but only add 3 to the range of psi weapons. So your psi weapons now have gained an additional 9 inches of range with the 3 and the 6 brought together. So psi weapons would be range 9. So there you go. Or increased by range to range 9. Pretty good. Means that your storm bolters become range 30, which means you're rapid firing at range 15.
Pretty
which
good.
Is very good. Very, very good.
Next,
last one.
Yeah, Invocation of Focus is an aura ability. Again, friendly core and Grey Knight characters within 6 of the priest. So it's all of them because it's an aura ability. Each time a unit attempts to manifest a blessing psychic power, add 1 to the attempted psychic test. So blessings are ethereal castigation, which is that kind of shoot then move. Armored resilience, +1 to the armor save. Hammer hand, of course. So really useful for that one, especially if you're going to take lots of units with it. It's a warp charge value of 5, so that becomes 4. What else is there? Warp shaping, which allows you to actually change the tides itself. Gate of Infinity, of course, and Sanctuary, which is 4+ invuln save. So there's quite a lot of good. In fact, most of those powers are all good, right? So it feels like having a chaplain is a bit of a no-brainer in a Grey Knight army.
Now, I'm just looking at the chaplain rules because I'm curious if he comes as like a master of sanctity or whether he's just a regular chaplain. So let's just read this. So in your command phase, if this model is on the battlefield, he can recite 1 litany it knows that has not already been recited by a friendly model with that battle round royalty 6 and 3+. Okay, fine. So he does not have 2 litanies, or rather, he doesn't have the ability to gain 2 litanies because these guys do not have access to the unit upgrade of Master of Sanctity. So they can't make him a super duper chaplain because they don't have, these aren't Space Marines, and their unit upgrades are wisdoms of the prognosticers. No, the prognosticers. Yes, of course. That just rolls.
I mean, is it worth talking about those now? It feels like it.
Nah, I feel like that's just a bit sort of. We can maybe get to that. I feel like warlord traits we might as well talk about because they're next in the list of things. We don't normally talk about warlord traits when we do this, but they are right there. I don't know. It's up to you, Phil. We could talk about the weird extra, not chapter master abilities, or we can talk about the warlord traits.
Well, I'd like to do both, but
all right, let's do both.
Maybe we just do a couple of each.
We'll do the warlord traits, and then we'll continue on our merry way. So
the first one is Demon Slayer, which is...
I imagine they might like demon slaying. It seems like the sort of thing they'd be into.
Exactly. That's why Kaldor Drago gets it as his specific warlord trait. Each time this warlord fights, if it made a charge move this turn, then until the fight is resolved, which is interesting, add 1 to its attack characteristics. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack against a demon unit, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that target. Oh, that is good. Obviously, it's
strong.
Quite niche, but it is very good.
But in the rare instance, I mean, again, depending on what we might see in the future, obviously we know that Mortarion has had some play, and we know that Magnus is back on the scene, and obviously old Bellacor's doing the rounds. So you never know, right? Being able to switch off the invuln of someone like Bellacor will certainly, frustrate him.
I mean, it's only fair because he's switching off yours.
Yes, he is, absolutely. I can't remember. There was some other nonsense about him, wasn't there? But anyway, we won't get into that. Hammer of Righteousness. I always, go everywhere with my Hammer of Righteousness. Never leave home without it. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed heroic intervention this turn, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. So essentially, he becomes a blood angel.
Cool.
Yeah. What's next?
Unyielding Anvil. It's an aura ability. While friendly Grey Knight cores or Grey Knight character units within 6 inches of that unit is objective secured. If a model in such a unit already has that ability, you count as 1 extra when trying to work out who controls that objective. That is a
Well, you could have
popular one.
a unit of OBSEC paladins, right?
Yeah.
You could have a unit of OBSEC dreadnoughts.
Or OBSEC Terminators that double their model count. Because they're already OBSEC.
Yeah. So you could have 10 OBSEC Terminators becoming 20 OBSEC Terminators.
Nothing's getting off of that objective.
Well, indeed. That's mine forever now. Next is First to the Fray. Add 1 to the advance and charge rolls made for this warlord. If this warlord has made a charge move this turn, then until the end of the turn, each time a friendly Grey Knight's core unit declares a charge against an enemy unit that is within engagement range of this warlord, add 1 to the charge roll made for that unit. So basically, I run in first and you follow. The Orcs had that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Traits.
Next one, Nemesis Lord. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack with a Nemesis weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target, which is good, but then doesn't combo with any of the abilities that do mortal wounds on a 6th wound.
Yeah. I wouldn't be taking that anytime soon.
No.
It's all right.
I mean, against something tough that is actually going to be hard to wound, maybe this is actually just a better option.
Yeah, but again, it's so...
I mean, they're both equally up. Yeah.
Nah, I'm not into it. Psychic Epitome. At the start of each of your psychic phases, select 1 friendly Grey Knight psychic unit within 6 of the warlord. Until the end of this phase, each time that unit manifests a witch-fired psychic power, when resolving that psychic power, if an enemy unit suffers any mortal wounds, that enemy unit suffers 1 additional mortal wound.
Ooh,
which is in reference to the vortex ability. This specifically called out, so all the splash damage doesn't do an additional 1.
Because I was going to say that would be the one to use it on, but you're right.
Yes,
yeah.
Which I guess they obviously foresaw such as they.
And people say playtesters don't do anything. Clearly,
they don't.
They caught this one.
Well, clearly. No, they do loads. To be fair, the playtesting community are a hard-working bunch. Even if Joe's in that community, it's warlord traits. There you go. Not a bad selection. I think there's some interesting ones that you would probably take quite consistently. I think Demon Slayers is certainly amazing if you are finding yourself in a situation. Depending on the prevalence of demons, you might just chuck it into your list just to see what happens, because you never know. In the rare instances where it's useful, it's extremely useful.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, if you've got a Grandmaster in Nemesis Dread Knight, why not have +1 attack?
Yeah.
Like, that seems pretty good anyway. And what I like about it is it's not, the turn you've charged or heroically intervened. It's until that combat is resolved.
Yeah.
So it's effectively just +1 to your attack's characteristic forever. I don't know why they just didn't word it like that.
No.
Oh,
well, there you go.
No, you've got to have made the charge move first to activate it. That's the difference. Yeah, cool. I like it.
Yeah, pretty cool. So what about these wisdom of the things? Essentially, the way they break this down is if your army is Battleforged and includes any Grey Knight detachments, then when you're mustering your army, you can upgrade any of the Grey Knight character models in your army to be given giving them either a vision of the Agarum or a gift of prescience, prescient, chosen from those presented here. Each time you do so, that character model's power rating is increased, or their points is increased, or both in natural terms. Make a note on your army roster. Yep. Named characters cannot be given any upgrades. Each character model cannot have more than 1 of these upgrades. Visions of Agarum and gifts of the prescient are not considered to be relics. And any rules, for any rules purposes, this means character models can be equipped with both a relic and 1 of these upgrades. And then there's a bunch of Crusade stuff. So the visions are augury of aggression, heroism, favor, a noble death, omen of incursion, presaged paralysis. Yes, there we go. Presaged paralysis, and foretelling of locus. And then what's the gifts of prescience, Phil?
True name shard, temporal bombs, which we've got to read out because that one's hilarious. Severant of the throne, deluminator of majesty, gem of Inoctu, severance bolt.
Well, looking at the points, severance bolt, foretelling of locus, and omen of incursion are all 30 points. So they are clearly the bestest ones. But what do they do? What do all of them do? Nuts to it, Phil. We're going to read them all. Come on.
No, it's going to be a long episode, everyone. Strap on
indeed.
in.
Indeed. We haven't even gotten it. You know what it is, Phil? You see, I'm living in a state of delusion because we haven't read the chapters yet. And normally that takes so long. So I'm still relatively enthusiastic about things at this point.
Brilliant.
Maybe we should just ignore the chapters altogether. Maybe that's where we've been going wrong all this time.
Maybe. Let us know, listeners. Let us know. Shall I start with the augury of aggression?
Is it augury of aggression? Yes, why not? Please.
So once per battle, when a friendly Grey Knight Corps or Grey Knight's character unit within 12 inches of this model is selected to fight Overwatch, this model can experience this vision. Ooh, a vision. If it does, then until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an Overwatch attack, a hit roll scored on an unmodified roll of 4+.
I mean, it's a good to hit roll modifier to Overwatch, but no, I'm not that.
I mean, 20 points once per battle. It's kind of a passive ability because it's got a. I mean, 12 inches is a big range, to be fair. So maybe, especially if you're deep striking a lot, you might get countercharged. So you could line this up to be pretty good, or you just take lots of squads with the flamers. Interesting one. Bit niche, I think. What's the next one? Heroism's favor.
Yeah, this is actually really strong. So basically, a Grey Knight core unit within 12 of this model can now heroically intervene.
Oh, that is good.
So once per battle, you basically go, again, unit of paladins, come here. Help me out.
Bit of a theme. I think everything's once per battle.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool. What's that? 15 points. Next one's 20 points. A noble death. Once per battle in your command phase, this model can experience another vision. Oh, a vision. If it does, well, of course it just has. If it does, until the start of your next command phase, it gains the following ability: a noble death or ability. While a friendly Grey Knight's core or character unit is within 6, it gains the objective secured ability. And can set to defend. If a model in that unit already has the objective secured ability, that model counts as one additional model when determining control of an objective marker. So you could double this up with the other warlord, with the warlord trait that does the same thing. So you could have one model that counts as 3 models. Madness.
All the models in the world.
That are all objective secured. Man, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Omen of Incursion. This is a 30-point ability.
Better be good.
Well, let's have a look. So, once per battle, this vision, select one Grey Knight core or Grey Knight character unit from your army that is not within engager range of any enemy units. That unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase. So when's this happening? Oh, it's in your opponent's movement phase. Okay, sorry, I should have said that. So you can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but its models can only target a single eligible enemy unit that was set up as reinforcements this turn, and that is within 12 of their unit when doing so. So basically, you get Auspex Scan, which is a stratagem from the Space Marine Codex. You get Auspex Scan for 30 points.
I mean, against an army that's gonna, deep strike or come in from reinforcements, like from the side edge, that's pretty strong. But you might have games where you've just spent 30 points on nothing because they might not do it. However, I think most people, especially in like the sort of more tournament setting, will always have 1 or 2 units coming in from reserve. If you're going to play the game, you kind of need to, really, unless you somehow have a super fast moving army like off the bat. Like even a guard army that doesn't really have a lot of deep striking, with the exception of like Scions, will probably put a couple of things in reserve anyway, just to get some of the secondaries. So yeah, I think that's a niche one, but a really good one when you need it.
Yeah, well, except for the fact that it is dependent on the positioning of the character, right? So, unlike regular rules spec scan that can be done by any infantry unit for 1 CP or maybe 2 CP, this is restricted to the location of a character. So, when you know that this guy is able to do this, you just need to keep your distance from him. The only, I suppose, way that you can game this is by having that character trying to lock down a specific objective and trying to essentially...
So he doesn't need to... There's no range on it. So he just needs to select any friendly unit not in engagement range. So he could be anywhere on the board and affect any... So that's actually quite powerful.
No, credit where credit's due. That ain't too bad. No.
The thing is, the enemy unit needs to be within 12 of them.
Yes.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. That he can be anywhere. He's
Solid
obviously
well,
phoning a friend, letting them know.
I've got a strange feeling in me waters, or however it works. The tea leaves.
There's a perfect photo to sum it up on the other side where that's exactly what's happening. Some big gribbly monsters, and he's blowing one of them apart because he's just been told that they're coming through that weird timey-wimey tentacle wormy thing. Yeah.
It's having a lovely day.
Presaged paralysis. Once per battle at the start of your charge phase, if this model is on the battlefield, you can select one enemy unit on the battlefield. Until the end phase, that unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. I mean, to turn off Overwatch is all right. Yeah.
It's all right, except for the fact that I suppose it matters when it matters, but
and again,
Overwatch...
no range needed, no line of sight needed. You can just do it anywhere and just select an enemy unit. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, what's this one? 15 points to just turn off Overwatch, and if you're a Grey Knights army, you're probably close combat heavy, so you know you're going to be shot in Overwatch. So I think, that could be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, in the circumstances where it is useful, it is definitely useful. I just think, again, Overwatch is never something I'm going to massively prioritize as a concern, just with the way the game plays and how Overwatch tends to factor into most games. Again, obviously, when it's good, but a lot of the time, Overwatch is such a non-event now in the game. They may as well have just gotten rid of it, but again, I appreciate it's kind of hopefully
if you're up against another Grey Knight player that's got a squad of 5 flamers.
That's true. In those instances where you've got big flamer units, it's definitely got value. Foretelling of Locusts. After both players have deployed their armies, select select up to 3 Grey Knight core units from your army and redeploy them. If the mission uses strategic reserves, any of those units can be placed into strategic reserve without having to spend any additional command points, regardless of how many units are already in strategic reserve. If both players have abilities that redeploy units, roll off. The winner chooses who redeploys their units first. That is very strong. I can't see any reason why you wouldn't chuck that at a character at some point.
I mean, it's 30 points. That's good. Yeah.
The question mark I just need to resolve is, so if I chuck these guys back into reserves, during deployment, if every model in this unit has this ability, then you can set up this in the teleportation chamber. So if you put them in strategic reserves, that's not the same as the teleportation chamber, is it? So basically you can't put them into reserves and then have them deep strike. They have to enter using reinforcement steps.
That's a tricky one. I would assume you could. Because...
I would assume as well, but some people get quite finicky about the language on that sort of stuff. Because it would be very strong for 30 points to be able to basically... Because the thing is, what you got to remember as well, is this is irrespective of the usual reinforcement restrictions. So the idea would be that you could literally turn 1 null deploy, which is something that you haven't really been able to do for a long time. But you could have 3 big 10-man units of Grey Knights and have them on the board, and then turn 1 disappear and just be like, cool, I'm not going to be here for it.
Well, if your army is made of 6 units, then yes.
Yeah, which it totally could be for this army, surely.
Well, maybe for 1,000-point games.
But isn't the restrictions for what goes into reserves now based on models rather than units? It's not the amount of units; it's based on.
I thought it was power level and number of units. Maybe it's just power level though.
We need to go away and remember some rules at some point, Phil. We just don't play enough these days. That's the problem. I only get like 4 games a month in at the moment. I'm a relative rookie.
Well, that's 4 more than me. I would assume you're right. It's going into strategic reserves, so therefore you probably couldn't teleport in, and therefore you also, you got the stipulation of which board edges you're coming in at via which turns. So,
yes.
If your teleport strike ability can override that, though, that would make it even better.
Yeah, really strong, really good. The gifts, Phil. What gifts have you to give?
Well, I want you to do the first one because I want to do temporal bombs.
Okay, well then I will talk about the true name shards. It used to be, back in the day, that when you knew the name of a demon, they weren't so good no more, because, when you looked at that demon and you realised that their name was Kevin, all of a sudden they became less terrifying. But once per battle, at the start of the fight phase, you can select 1 enemy demon unit within 6 of the bearer. That unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units from your army have done so. It's all right. There you go. Not as good as it used to be in the olden days where you go, your name is Kevin, and their stats would get halved for the entire game. But now it's just you fight last. It's all right.
I mean, it's pretty good, especially if you're doing like a thematic game against your friends and you're up against demons. Why not take this sort of stuff in a more competitive environment? You probably wouldn't take this stuff because you would just assume to not be coming across that many demon armies or armies with demons in. Yeah,
for that ability, you're probably not going to be too worried. But what's next, Phil? Temporal bombs?
Temporal bombs. Before the battle, select 1 area terrain feature that is not within your opponent's deployment zone and secretly note down secretly on your army roster. The first time an enemy unit starts or ends a move on or within the terrain feature, reveal your choice and roll a d6. On a 2+, that enemy suffers d3 mortal wounds. Aha, I've got you, because I'm a Catachan Grey Knights.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like Booby Trap, but fine. The Grey Knights are getting involved. Maybe they did get some recruits from Catachan back in the day.
I mean, it's only 15 points. It's a bit silly. It's fun. It's fun. It's not that useful, I don't think.
I always get a little bit like wound up by secret ballot abilities, things where it's like, ooh, I've done something.
I think they're great. I love them. I love all these. Choose a bit of terrain and do something with it type things. Again, it doesn't feel like a super competitive gaming environment type thing, but in fun games, I think.
I like the idea that if you're going to do something like this, you use tokens, but you have like free tokens, and then you basically assert a value to it. So like you create like gaming aids where basically you have 2 blanks and an active, and essentially the way that you can use like mind games. So you put the free tokens in 3 different locations, and then your opponent then is constantly concerned about which one of these is going to be the thing, and then you can choose to reveal it when you want to reveal it. And you can play some mind games with that, where even if they're on the active one, you're going to choose not to reveal it. But then at the point of activation, you reveal all 3 tokens to showcase there's no shenanigans. Because I think that at least kind of creates some interesting intrigue, but it also creates a system whereby you and your opponent understood where you would place these things, and you both understand exactly where the thing actually went. I think the minute you're involved in like secretism stuff, when you're not telling your opponent something, there's always an opportunity for that person to get bad bad vibes from that whole experience, and you want to avoid those bad vibes where you can.
He's like, oh, he pulled that secret note down from his corner left pocket in his third shoe.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And that's not
right?
where he wrote the note and put it originally. I get that. The tokens is fun, but you need them. You can't really just use scraps of paper. But Games Workshop do like to sell gaming aids, so maybe it's a good idea.
And it's likely to assume that if you are interested in magicianry, that you'd likely be drawn towards the Grey Knights and their magical ways. So maybe when you're playing against magicians, they've got all those sleight of hand techniques that can, really frustrate you in these situations. So, you're even less trusting of their wizardy ways. Not that the magicians are wizards, but anyway.
True.
They are indeed servants of the throne. Once per battle, when the bearer is selected as the target of an attack, they can use this gift. If it does, then until the end of the turn, the bearer has a 3+ invulnerable save. Well, by crikey, that's good.
Yeah, 20 points.
Mate, that's amazing, though. Once per battle to be like, nah, I'm having a 3+ invuln, mate. Have it. That's great.
Pretty good.
Super good.
Deluminator of Majesty. When you give a model this gift, select one bolt weapon that model is equipped with. Once per battle, when the bearer shoots with that weapon, you can choose for it to fire the Deluminator of Majesty bolt. If you do, you can only make one attack with that weapon, but if it scores a hit against a demon unit, you can, until the start of your next shooting phase, that unit loses any aura abilities it has. Okay, in addition to any normal damage. So you take a one-shot weapon that you can only use once. Yeah, once per battle, so you can only shoot it once. If you hit, you do your normal damage, plus they lose any aura abilities until the start of your next shooting phase. So for one
Not
turn,
too shabby.
I mean, it's very thematic. It is only 15 points.
Yeah.
It feels like there's a lot of hoops to jump through to get it to pull off. I can't see that being a competitive thing, but again, for fun games, I think it's great because it's just thematic.
Agreed. When it's good, it's good. Gem of Inuktu. Once per battle, when the bearer is selected to manifest psychic powers, you can use this gift. If you do so, then until the end of the phase, each time the bearer attempts to manifest a psychic power from the Dominus discipline, add 2 to that attempt. Wow, that's once per battle, extra 2+ to my psychic powers. Yes, please. I'll be taking that all day.
Well, yeah, quite good when you've already been casting a bunch of. Well, actually, it's Dominus disciple ability, so those you can only do once anyway. But it does mean you can pull it off.
No. The Dominus powers are all the left column, so it's Vortex and all that.
Oh yeah, but
stuff.
What I mean is you can't repeatedly cast those.
Oh yes, yeah. But the fact that if you've already if you've brought like a librarian and you've psychicked that character to the 9s, the idea of that you deep strike that character down and then you use the gem of and then at that point you're getting +2 to your psychic tests. Yeah. Very, very strong. Even cool. Smite becomes terrifying at that point because the likelihood of you scoring an 11 is greatly increased.
That's true. No.
So love that. That's very good.
So the last one. Oh, so actually, how many points was Gem of Inoktu? That was only 15 points. So pretty cheap.
That seems massively underpointed.
Well, the next one is 30 points. There's a lot of text for it. It's the last one as well. So best the better one out of all of them. It's Severance Bolt. When you give a model this gift, select one bolt weapon that model is equipped with. Before the battle, select one enemy character unit. Once per battle, when the bearer shoots with that weapon, you can choose to fire a Severance Bolt. If you do, you can only make one attack with that weapon. But when selecting a target, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule. So, drink that because it's the name of the show. So long as when you select that character unit as the target, when making an attack with a Severance Bolt against a character unit, if it is successful, if it successfully hits the target, you do these 2 things. First one is the target suffers D3 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. But also, if the target is a psyker, roll 3d6. If the result exceeds the target's leadership characteristic, which it probably should do, randomly select one psychic power that it knows. That psyker cannot use the psychic power for the rest of the battle. Oh, that is
I like
good.
that. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's a fun power.
I mean, I sort of don't like these abilities, which is like, oh, you take your normal attack and you only get one shot. But
Yes.
I guess most of these characters hit on 2s, so the odds of hitting is actually reasonably high, unless there's some
Very
kind of
high.
minus to hit modifier. And those abilities goes off just from hitting it. So you don't get to
Yes.
any attacks anyway, because you do D3 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. But against someone like, I don't know, like Magnus, Mortarion, like these big units with really kind of important psychic powers, just to be able to take a psychic power off them, like I don't think there's any abilities in the game like that.
Oh yeah. Do you select the psychic power they lose?
Oh no, sorry, you randomly select one, which isn't as good, but I mean that's still better than nothing. Maybe choosing to select a power is too strong.
Yeah, that would be absurdly strong. But yeah, I mean,
But I mean, there's a
lot
once per game ability.
I suppose as well that you're always looking at like 50-50 odds, because even the most lowly psyker has 2 psychic powers. It's usually smite and another. So
Yes, because it would
you're either
always
going to
be
lose
smite,
smite
yeah.
or the other thing. But for Elder, that would utterly suck. Like if you went, oh, my Farseer over here with his 2 psychic powers of Doom and Guide, and you get rid of Doom, and it's like, well, that's the linchpin of my army. Gone. It's like, oh, goody. I mean, that's obviously Elder as they are today. Who knows what they're going to be in the future when they've amalgamated all of the things together. So say the internet rumors.
And the thing is, so with the bolt weapons, it's like they've all got pretty decent range. It ignores the lookout, sir, so it's like it doesn't matter where they are. So long as you're within range of that weapon, it's just like bang. Or
bang.
Badoom, whatever the bolt weapons noise make. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Maybe. Well, not if you're only firing one.
Well, that's true.
That's
I like bang.
That's very much.
Let's go with that one.
Yeah, exactly. Blunderbusty. Boom. That kind of thing.
Boosh.
Well, good. There we go. All right. Anyway, moving swiftly along. So, I reckon, Phil, we go through the Brotherhoods. Now, just to say, I'm finding more and more with these Codex reviews that there is so much to talk about. And the way we do it, there's always sacrifices. I think this time around it has to be relics and it has to be stratagems because there's just too much to talk about. I think
they're the 2 we never talk about anyway.
That's true, and that's how I like it, because I think, like, unfortunately, that stuff just feels too much in the weeds. I think the idea of us and what we do is that we talk more generally about army concepts and core rules. Stratagems feel like although a lot of people argue that stratagems are like the core of an army now, I still just can't quite get on board with that.
Well, I'm happy to pick like 1 or 2 to read out. Obviously, we don't do the whole of those because that is just too crazy.
Yeah, it gets a little bit.
But I don't mind picking 1 or 2 of each just for a bit of flavour to see what they're like.
All right. Well, before we do that, mate, let's tackle it. Let's do these Brotherhoods. Let's try and do them quickly. All facts, no filler. Here it goes. Brotherhood number 1, Swordbearers. Swordbearers have a stratagem called Mark for Death. Use the stratagem at the start of the shooting phase. Select 1 enemy unit within 12 of the visible and visible to Swordbearers Psyker unit from your army till the end of the phase. Each time a friendly Swordbearer unit makes a ranged attack against the enemy unit, add 1 to that attack's hit roll. Weird, isn't it, that you would be called Swordbearers, but the first and, stratagem thing about you is ranged attacks. But there it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what actually is the sword bearer unit. Oh wait, no, the sword bearers is the Brotherhood, so it's everything. Yes, basically. Okay,
it's everything.
I was expecting it to be a specific unit.
And it's a 2 CP stratagem, by the way, Phil, to add 1 to the attack's hit roll. It seems like a terrible stratagem to me, but maybe, I mean, it's got some play, I suppose, but
yeah.
Anyway, and then psychic powers, noting that these psychic powers can be repeated if you're in that specific thing. It's a malediction called Empiric Lodestone or Ludi Stone. Anyway, if manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 of the psychic until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a friendly sword bearer's vehicle unit makes a ranged attack against that enemy unit, add 1 to that attack's wound roll. A unit can only be selected for this psychic power once per phase. So it's 7 to cast. So to do it multiple times, you're talking 7, 8, 9, which is going to get quite pricey. But yeah, and ultimately, what are you doing? Add 1 to the attack's wound roll for vehicles specifically. So I suppose good for dreadnoughts, good for dread knights, good for storm talons if you're taking those.
I don't think dread knights are vehicles. Oh no, I'm a lot.
They look like vehicles.
They are. I thought they would be monsters because they're more walkery, but they are vehicles.
They are vehicles.
One thing to note is that all of these brotherhoods get psychic powers instead of relics, which is normally what we would see.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. That's an interesting twist. And then we've got a warlord trait, Rights of Protection. If your warlord has this warlord trait, it can attempt to perform the following psychic action. Ooh, psychic action. Psychic action, Warp Charge 5. In your psychic phase, this warlord can attempt to perform this psychic action. If it's completed, select one friendly sword bearer's vehicle model within 12 of the warlord until the start of the next psychic phase. That model has a 4+ invulnerable save. So here's the thing, and why I think that's terrible. Being given a psychic action as a warlord, as a specific thing, is rough because it's all you can do. You literally just go, I'm going to forego Vortex of Doom, and I'm going to forego all this other stuff to give a 4+ invuln to a land raider. It's like, nah, mate. Like, no, you're not doing that. That's crazy. Like, no.
I guess you could give it to a sort of a more mediocre character other than your main one.
No. It's vehicles.
No. Sorry, I mean the psychic power. So
yes,
you've got a couple of psychic. You've got a couple of characters to do these key psychic powers, and if you got extra points, you give them this.
But this is a warlord trait, mate. You're going to give a weird little gribbly doodad warlord trait?
Well, you shouldn't be
like that.
No,
I think the sword bearers, unfortunately, are rubbish because they seem to only prioritize vehicles and ranged attacks. Unless someone tells me otherwise, unfortunately, vehicles are a bit rubbish in 40k at the moment, as per our last podcast.
Well, I also think, once you go through the data sheets, with the exception of dread knights, they don't really have many vehicles. Yeah, they've got
rhinos, razorbacks, land raiders.
Do you really want to give a rhino a 4+ invuln save?
No.
Well, exactly.
Not at the expense of every other psychic power you could have possibly done.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is psychic actions should really allow you to cast other psychic powers, and the fact that if you can cast 3, all of a sudden you're doing your one action instead.
Yeah,
is a bit rubbish. Let's move on. Blades of Victory.
They sound more promising, don't they?
They've got Radiant Strike, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your charge phase when a Blades of Victory core unit from your army finishes a charge move. Select one enemy unit within engagement range of that Blades of Victory unit, and roll 1d6 for each model in the Blades of Victory unit that is within engagement range of that enemy unit. For each dice result that equals or exceeds the enemy unit's toughness, it suffers 1 mortal wound. That's pretty good. I mean, if a unit is average toughness 4, 50-50 chance to do a mortal wound, you got maybe a 10-man squad.
You run into a unit of Drakari Incubi, they ain't going to be thanking you very much for that, for 1 CB.
I mean, and you're already probably doing a bunch of mortal wounds on... You're doing mortal wounds for days with Grey Knight Army, and this is just doubling down on it. And
that's crazy that's 1 CP. The idea that you could chuck a 10-man unit of something into something like an Elder squad of Incubi, as I say, or Striking Scorpions, or, things that actually have pretty respectful armor saves. Or even things like Shining Spears and stuff like that, which admittedly are only toughness 4, or are toughness 4, but, You know, they don't like mortal wounds.
No, it's very similar to the old, what was it? The ability, like with the jump pack.
Hammer of Wrath.
Hammer of Wrath. There was a different name for it, I think, in the Space Marine Codex, and it got moved from the data sheets in 8th to the stratagems in 9th.
Correct. Yes.
I don't think it was called Hammer of Wrath though in that.
Oh,
stratagem.
you're thinking no. So you're thinking about the specific one for the
Inceptors.
For the Inceptors,
Did you? I think it. Well, I think it was on the Inceptor data sheet in 8th, but then in 9th it got moved to a stratagem. But I think it wasn't just Inceptors; it was anything with.
No, it was just Inceptors.
Oh, so not jump infantry?
No, not all jump infantry had it. Just Inceptors had it.
But
anyway,
similar mechanic, but normally they can only have up to 6 models. So the fact that you can put it on a 10-man squad is very strong. Anyway, moving on. Psychic power, inescapable pursuit. It's a blessing, a warp charge value of 6 if manifested. Until the start of your next psychic phase, you can re-roll the charge rolls made for this psyker's unit. Pretty good. You can only cast it on yourself though, so maybe not as good. But if you've got a deep striking, chapter master,
could you give it to a unit of paladins?
Oh, now you're asking. No, because I think they can only take the sanctic ones.
Okay.
Let's have a quick look. They just say they know 2 powers from the sanctic discipline. Unless the sanctic discipline specifically calls out these brotherhood psychic powers, which they might do.
Yeah, it says it here. So psychic powers. Each brotherhood has an associated brotherhood psychic power. All Grey Knight brotherhood psychers in a brotherhood of psychic detachment know the relevant brotherhood of the psychic power in addition to any other powers. So they all know this.
Wait, so everyone has access to this?
Everyone has access to this, yeah.
So right. So you don't need to choose it.
You don't need to choose it. No, you just have it.
No, right. It's a bit weird because obviously that kind of goes against what it says on the data sheet. It says
So you get what's on your data sheet plus this.
Yeah, I mean it should say that on the data sheet. Like it says.
But it says it here, Phil.
No,
in fact, it doesn't say it here. It says it under Brotherhood of Psychers, psychic powers.
Okay.
Each brotherhood has an associated psychic brotherhood psychic power. All Grey Knight brotherhood psychers in brotherhood of psychic detachment know the relevant brotherhood psychic power in addition to any other psychic powers they know.
I mean, I get why they've done that, but that's very poor games design. Stick it on the data sheet. Because if you read a data sheet, it says, smite plus 2 other psychic powers. You wouldn't then think you get access to this one by default, but you got to find the rule where it's okay. Anyway, that is actually really.
It's good. A weird path, but once you discover it, there it is. But yeah, it is weird.
Can everyone cast this and it goes up by 1 like the sanctic?
Yes,
ones?
that was. No. So that is specific to the psychic channeling thing that you do. Remember?
Yes, but also all the sanctic disciplines you can cast.
Yes, sanctic discipline, and it was also that and tides of escalation. So if you're in the tides of escalation, multiple units can cast this. As it is, only one unit can cast this.
Well, even so, not too bad. Vanguard aggression. Warlord trait. After deployment, you can select 1 friendly Blades of Victory core unit within 9 inches of the Warlord. This Warlord and the selected unit can make a normal move of up to 6 inches. That's interesting because there's obviously no stipulation about sort of how it moves going into, within range of an enemy unit, for example, because normally it says you can't move within like 9 of an enemy unit. So if an enemy unit gets to do a pre-game move, like bikers, for example, they can kind of hem you in. But here,
they don't have anything with that kind of extensive movement, and obviously whatever they've got only moves up to 6, so they've got nothing that can shenanigans its way outside of a deployment zone.
But my point is, the opponent does, so they could do something, and then you could actually get much closer to them than you would otherwise be able to, because don't have the 9-inch stipulation.
That's true. So yeah, so if someone's infiltrated a bunch of little Nurgling bases up in front of you, you can just walk up into them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty good. I quite like that. Those guys.
Well, yeah, no, I mean they're strong. The next one is the Ward Makers, named after, I assume, Matt Ward. Masters of the Word. I mean, it's sounding more and more like a call out to old Matt Ward, famous game designer from 5th edition. Use this stratagem in your command phase. Select one Ward Maker character unit from your army. Select one psychic power from the Dominus discipline. That model does not know to replace one of the psychic powers that it does. So basically, you can change your mind about what psychic power you have for 1 CP, which is pretty valuable because, again, when you consider that if you're looking at this from a competitive perspective, having that flexibility to be able to tweak your psychic powers is pretty meaningful. So, yeah, that's not bad for 1 CP.
Nice.
Their psychic power is Projection of Purity. It's a malediction. Warp charge value of 6 if manifested. Select one enemy unit within 12 of the Psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. That unit is not affected by the aura abilities of models from its own army. So you can basically switch off auras of the 6 warp charge.
That's good, but it's a 12-inch range is the only downside. But, I mean, maybe if you're doing Grey Knights are meant to do very aggressive, teleporting down, that's pretty good. So maybe
well, again, if you're going quite aggressive,
the problem.
The idea of being able to turn off certain auras and certain benefits is pretty massive. Because if you're going to go headlong into a unit, minimizing their return, damage is massive. And then Warlord trait Lore Master, which is yet again another reason why I feel like there's a Matt Ward, synergy going on here. Each time a psychic test is taken for this Warlord, if the result of the test was an unmodified result of an 8+, and it was greater than or equal to the power's warp charge value, your opponent cannot attempt to deny that power. Oh my goodness.
That's pretty good. Interestingly, so Grandmaster Voldus has this as his Warlord trait, if you take him. Now, can you use abilities that can deny a psychic power other than Food Deny the Witch? So for a stratagem, for example.
Yes, yeah, you can use stratagems, where you just roll a 4+ and it stuffs it.
But it says you just says you cannot attempt to deny that power. So are those stratagems also denying that power?
Yes. As far as I'm aware,
it would
I'd
stop
need to go away
those
and check
stratagems.
Them. Yes, it would stop those stratagems.
It would make sense. But I wonder if there's some weird legal wording where someone would say, it's not. Because if it just said, like, you can't attempt to deny the witch, then it's clear you could use stratagem still. But the way it's worded, I assume it stops anything.
I'm pretty sure the wording of those abilities is deny on a 4+ or something.
Pretty strong. Not again, easy to pull off, but pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, again, the fact that you can do something like that and do the kind of damage that would distribute without being able to be stopped is pretty strong. What's the next one, Phil?
Prescient Brethren. So Foresight, 1 CP stratagem. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Prescient Brother Psyker unit from your army is selected to shoot, or in the fight phase when they're selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, reroll a hit roll of 1 and a wound roll of 1 for 1 CP. What madness is this?
I mean, yeah. So select to shoot.
So shooting phase or fight phase, reroll hit rolls of 1 and wound rolls of 1.
Okay, yeah,
that's
sure.
Pretty good.
That makes 0 sense why they've done that for 1 CP. I mean, again, I'll go back and say, right, marked for death for the sword bearers is add 1 to the attack's hit roll, and it's 2 CP. This is re-rolling 1s to hit and wound on everything.
And you have to be an enemy unit within 12 inches of that Psyker, whereas this is just select a unit on the board of yours. Crazy good, I think.
Have they? Sometimes it just feels like they've lost their minds.
I mean, this is where I did say the playtesters did a really good job before, but this is where you kind of go, at least make it 1 CP for a 5-man squad and a 2 CP for a 10-man squad.
Yeah.
Just to be on the safe side for when people are rocking 10-man squads.
It is the thing though with the stratagem system, and I know maybe this is a topic for another time, but it's so inconsistent, right? It's like, what is up with this stuff where they just like assign these?
I mean, maybe the other, like the psychic power and the warlord trait isn't very good, and this is really, the stratagem's really good to kind of make up for it.
Well, fair enough. Let's see what their psychic power is.
So the psychic power, fatal precognition, malediction, warp charge value of 5, so super low. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 12 inches of a psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time the enemy unit makes a normal move, advances, fallbacks, or makes a charge move, roll a d6. All right, okay. On a 4 or 5, that enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, the enemy unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. A unit cannot be selected for this psychic power once. Can only be selected for it once per phase. That's pretty good. Like, because you can, until the start of your next psychic phase. So in your turn, you could potentially, well, actually nothing's going to happen in your turn, but in their turn, they're going to, the fact that they're probably going to move. I mean, unless they're just going to be like, I'm going to just stand here and not
But then
do anything.
what a huge advantage to be able to root something like that.
Yeah.
And it's any unit within 12, so you don't even have to have line of sight to them.
No, that's true. Yeah.
So you could literally just be like, those guys there behind a wall that clearly want to come out and have a go next turn. Nah, not having it.
Or that unit that really wants to be on an objective but only has a couple of models and are obsec, but it's like, oh, actually, you might lose all of those models just by moving. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And it's so low.
The next warlord trait is named after one of the more... Divination has always been super powerful wherever it's existed, but let's see what it is as a warlord trait.
If your warlord has this warlord trait, you can attempt to perform the following psychic action. Warp charge.
Oh, it's off to a bad start.
Of 6. In your psychic phase, this warlord can attempt to perform this psychic action. If completed, you gain 1 CP.
I mean, it's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I quite like it. I mean, that's a pretty novel psychic action. Obviously, when is it completed? In your psychic phase?
The psychic actions are completed.
Oh, just straight away, isn't it? Yeah. So
so it's warp charge.
6. So it's not easy, but if you've got no better psychic power... But the fact is, you could just have him. You could just go again, have a slightly lower tier character. Go, yeah, he's my warlord for the sake of it, and I'm just going to have him farm CP for the game.
I'm just going to say it now, Phil. I'm so happy that I'm going to talk about the preservers because the next one, I'm not sure how I would pronounce it.
The rapiers.
Oh yes. The rapier.
Well, it's like the rapier laser battery, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Anyway.
I see your conundrum.
Yeah, it could have gone very wrong. Anyway, 1 CP, charge of the ancients. Use the stratagem before the battle. When you muster your army, select 1 dreadnought. That model has a move characteristic of 8. You can reroll charge rolls made for that model. Each time that model fights, if it made a charge move this turn, then until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the damage characteristic melee weapons that model is equipped with. You can only use this stratagem once. That's amazing. You basically take a dreadnought, you make it faster, you make it punchier, you make it better. The forces of the custodies have access to an ability quite similar. So, yeah. Make a dreadnought better.
Yeah, because they're only 6-inch move normally. For some reason, I thought they would be something like 8
Oh, no,
inches
the
anyway.
Contemptors are 8-inch moves because they've got long legs, haven't they?
That's... What about Redemptors? What have they got now?
Redemptors, I think, are also moving 8 potentially. But the Spudnaught, the old classic potato dreadnought, they only got little diddy hooves, so they move 6. Psychic power, Aegis Eternal. It's a warp charge of 6 if manifested until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time model in this Psyker's unit would lose a wound. Roll a d6. On a 6, that wound was not lost, while the Psyker's unit is within 3 of a friendly Grey Knight's apothecary. That's weird. It's not a lot. Oh yeah, they have a Terminator apothecary, don't they? I was about to say they don't have an apothecary. No, they do. So then it gets 5 up, feel no pain. Fair enough. And Warlord trait, Radiant Exemplar, add 3 to the range of the Warlord's aura abilities. So basically, if you want a good Dreadnought, take this Brotherhood. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Next, Phil, the Rapiers.
Rapiers. Yes. Deadly efficacy. That's it.
Yes.
1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Rapier's unit from your army is selected to fight. To the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Pretty good when you want to combo it with your wounding rolls of 6. Cause an additional mortal wound. Because obviously getting an extra hit.
Crazy, actually, though, because as a combo with the thing where your wound rolls of 6s are generating 2 wound rolls and a mortal wound, you're just getting extra attacks after extra attacks out of these guys, aren't you?
Not bad. The psychic power, Symphonic Strike. It's a blessing, warp charge value of 6. If manifested into the start of your next psychic phase, add 1 to the attack's characteristics of models in this psyker's unit. Okay, we now have our favourite pick. Okay, that's pretty good. And obviously,
why did they have to have that name though, Phil? Because it's clear what they're doing. I suppose.
Well, yes, that is exactly what this army is going to be doing to any other army, basically.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that every unit gets access to this, so you're like, oh, great, I'm going to put this on my really cool unit of those paladins. Oh my god!
So now I've got 6 attacks a man, 7 on my. That every time I roll a 6 to hit, is getting an additional hit, and then every time I get a 6 to wound, is resolving an additional wound.
Okay, right. So the Warlord trait, the Warlord is eligible to charge, even if they've advanced this turn.
Yeah, that on a Nemesis Dread Knight is
if you're hoofing it up the board, that's pretty good. If you plan to just deep strike down, and I mean, it is more difficult to get the charge off, but I think
it may not be something that you utilize in the early turns, but late game having the ability to advance and charge,
I mean,
a super punchy unit is very strong.
That's a really good close combat one.
Oh yeah,
I like it.
Which by extension makes it pretty good overall. Then we have the Exactors. So we have Santic Guardians, 1 CP. Use the stratagem in the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. Select 1 Exactors unit from your army that is not within engagement range of an enemy unit until the end of the battle, the end of the phase. That unit can perform a heroic intervention as if it was a character. So that's 1 CP. Again, we said it was good when it was an ability that you could add. As a stratagem, it's, potentially even better. So strong. Yeah, nice. Psychic power, Fires of the Covenant, or Fire of Covenant. It's warp charge of 5. It is a Witchfire ability. If manifested, select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of this psyker. So it's an engagement range thing, so you need to be stuck in. Roll d6 for each model in the enemy unit. For each roll of 4+, the enemy suffers 1 mortal wound. The psychic manifesting this power has a psychic epitome warlord trait. The enemy unit suffers 1 additional mortal wound after all these dice rolls have been made. Each unit can only be selected for this psychic power once per turn. Roll d6 for each model in that enemy unit. No, that's ridiculous.
So psychic epitome is the last of the warlord traits.
So that's 1 extra once everything's been resolved. But Phil, I've charged into a 20-man unit of Skitarii. I've rolled 20 dice.
And there's
by
no
mathematical averages. That's 10 dead.
Yeah, there's no cap on this, which is pretty unheard of.
And my entire army knows it.
No,
so anyone could do this at any time.
And depending on the tide you're in, you can potentially cast it several times.
Yeah, except it can't focus on the same unit, and also you have to be in engagement range. So you have to be. You've got to be in combat
already. So that's a great. I mean, if someone's trying to, not that they would, but if someone's trying to bog you down in combat, this is fantastic.
Which is what 9th edition 40k is.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty good.
And also, the fact that you've got a 1 CP strat where you can heroically intervene, you've got abilities where you can heroically intervene. You could create all sorts of scenarios where you get stuck in with big Terminator units that are staying in combat and staying alive, and then in the preceding turn going, oh, by the way, burn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you can't heroically intervene in your turn anymore, because that was a bit of a thing in 8th edition at one point.
Yes, yeah.
But so yeah,
well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because you do it in the psychic phase, so it doesn't matter.
True, yeah.
It doesn't matter when you heroically intervene. It's just the fact that you're in there. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and it's not even like models within like base contact or in engagement range. It's just select a unit that's within engagement range and then roll a dice for each model in that unit.
Yeah.
That
so
is
and
really
again,
good.
like against things like, I don't know, like you're up against beast snaggers and they want to get stuck in and start brawling with you. It's like, great.
And they've got a 30-man squad. Oof.
Yeah. And then it's 15 man after 1 warp charge 5 power.
But I like the fact that you could potentially cast this several times on several different units.
Like
every turn.
Yeah. So like the Orc army charges in like 3 different units in 3 different locations, and in the span of 1 psychic phase, you've killed something in the ballpark of like 50 orcs.
I mean, you could make a pretty nasty build with like, I don't know, just like a bunch of paladins or something, or just a bunch of like, just go all close combat. As many units as possible. Actually, no, you warp charge value 5, 6, 7. I mean, at most, you're probably really doing 3 units a turn that could pull this off, assuming you're in the right tide to do it. But even so, it's like you could do a strong build around this, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Because everyone wants to get stuck into combat in this edition, right? So, there's definitely ways around it. I mean, again, it's very circumstantial, but it is only warp charge 5. Anyway, Warlord trait, Oath of Witness. It's an aura. Add 1 to this Warlord's leadership characteristic. While friendly exacta core units within 6 of this Warlord, morale taste taken for that unit are auto. Oh my lord. They've got auto pass morale, Phil.
I mean, I know sometimes you kind of hate on morale phase not being that important. And I was liking it when they were not having auto pass in the game. I kind of think it's a bit of a bad mechanic.
I agree. I think that the morale phase needs a serious amount of attention. But I will say this. Even though the effects of that morale phase are not overly painful in a lot of instances, in the case of an ultra elite army like Grey Knights, they are. Because when you're losing a 42-point Terminator or a 47-point Paladin,
that's why like Knights of the Inner Circle get to do a similar thing, don't they, for your Deathwing?
Just Deathwing, but they're all auto pass as well. So the fact that you can have massive units of
because you want to take all like you want to take your 10-man. Actually, it doesn't matter how big your.
It doesn't matter. It can be little 1-man units doing these things.
True. But even so, it doesn't come across as a great warlord trait, but it is probably quite useful overall.
Well, if you take the 10-man units, it means that you increase your survivability, and if you increase your survivability, you're more likely to be in a combat situation where you can do fires of the Covenant.
No, that's a good way to look at it, actually. Yeah.
Last one, Phil.
Next one, Silver Blades. Adaptive Excoriation. I think.
Don't ask me. Don't look to me, Phil.
1 CP. Use a stratagem in your movement phase. When a Silver Blades core unit from your army falls back, that unit is still eligible to shoot this turn, even though it fell back for 1 CP. Pretty good.
1 CP, and it's not even -1.
No, only core. Well, actually, that's true. Only core, but
and everything's core in this book, basically.
Psychic power, temporal accuracy. It's a blessing, a warp charge value of 5 if manifested. Until the start of your next psychic phase, all storm bolters, mastercrafted storm bolters, and relics that replace either of these weapons that model in the Psyker's unit are equipped with are treated as being pistol 4 weapons with a range characteristic of 12 inches. So Stormbolters, they're already in. Well, I guess they can shoot in combat. I guess is the benefit.
What's good about that though is Stormbolters are rapid fire too, so they have accounted for the fact that they would be shooting 4 shots.
No, yeah.
Because in a lot of instances where they do this, they change the weapon from, rapid fire free to pistol free. So rather than shooting 6 times, you just shoot 3 times.
So in the olden days, the golden years of the Krieg Index, for example, you had an order which allowed you to shoot your las guns at, I think it was 24 inches, but it also counted it as pistol 2. So it was weirdly a bit like first rank fire, second rank fire. So you get an extra shot at longer range, but also meant you could shoot in combat if you wanted to. But most people just used it to do a kind of pseudo first rank fire, second rank fire ability. Not bad. Warlord trait, martial perfection. At the end of at the start of the fight phase, if this warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first that phase. Not bad. Each time the warlord makes a melee attack, you can reroll the hit roll. Pretty solid. So fight first, reroll hits. There's a lot of good choices here. Not to say you're spoiled for choice, but the last 3, the rapiers, the exactors, the silver blades, all seem pretty good. And what was the other one that was it the ward makers?
Yeah, the ward makers sounded like they had some fun in them, but they didn't seem especially strong. They just seemed like a fun choice. I think the what were they called now? The sword keepers or whatever they were. The first one,
sword bearers.
Sword bearers, they're terrible. I wouldn't waste your time with them. Blades of Victory sounded okay at the start, but once you'd seen the rapiers, rapiers are just gonna just so good. It's so crazy how good they are. Well, there you go. Interesting. Let's talk about some units, Phil, and then we'll wrap up this jolly old.
Are we all going to do a couple of stratagems, couple of relics? Go on, Dan. Mate? Come on.
A couple stratagems?
Just a couple.
We may as well not do any. All right, we're going to do a couple stratagems for Phil, and for you, the listeners. I will inform everyone it's midnight when we're doing this now. I want to go to bed, Phil. I don't want to be talking about strategy.
Bed is for the weak, Dan.
I know. This is what I'm saying to you. Next year, we're going back to fortnightly. I can't do this anymore.
Well, that is understandable. I do miss my sleep every week.
Exactly. This is the thing. This was never supposed to be as demanding. It's like this weekly format. It's killing me. Anyway,
I'm going to pick one off the top of my head.
What are you going to do? 2 each, 3 each? Are we going for 1 from each color?
Hold on. Let's do 1 from each color because that gets us through a fair number. Because I think there's 6 or something. I'm going to do for the blue one, Psychic Onslaught, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your Psychic phase. Select when a Grey Knight Psyker unit, 3-minute army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack with a psi weapon, add 1 to the strength characteristic of that attack and improve the AP characteristic of that attack by 1. So +1 strength, -1 AP, or +1, -1 AP.
That's it, mate. 1 CP does that.
Yeah. Whoever wrote that AdMech book also dabbled with the Grey Knight book.
Clearly. I feel bad for the Orc players. They really needed some of this. That is crazy, isn't it? All right. I'm gonna go with one of the 2 CP ones in the what is this? Brown. It looks brown. We'll go brown.
Oh, the Epic Deed stratagems.
The Epic Deeds, yeah. I'm gonna go with Empiric Declamation. So use the stratagem at the start of your phase. Select 1 Brotherhood Chaplain unit from your army that has not recited a litany. Oh, I know what this is because this is just what they get. This is just what they get in the Space Marine book. They just basically for 2 CP they get to do their litany with no with no need to roll. Mm-hmm. So let's not do that one because everyone knows what that is. Apparently not me though because I forgot. Let's go with Psychic Locust, because that is 2CP as well. Use the stratagem at the start of your Psychic phase. Select one Brother Captain model in your army. Until the end of the phase, that model gains the following ability. Psychic Locust, Aura. While friendly Brotherhood Psychic units within 6 of this model add 1 to the Psychic tests taken for that unit. So you can have a little Brotherhood Captain, or Brother Captain, and he gives everyone a +1 Aura to their Psychic powers.
There was us thinking there wasn't many of those in the Codex, but that is
well, clearly they are here. Tell us about the dark red ones. What are you picking from there?
I'm going to do Endowment in Extremis, because that sounds quite fitting. Is only 1 CP. Use a stratagem before the battle. Select 1 Grey Knights model from your army that has one of the following in their profile: Justicar, Paragon, Knights of the Flame. That model can have one of the following relics of Titan, even though they are not a character. So Domina Liber Demonica, the Sanctic Shard, Bulgarium Scrolls, Stave of Supremacy. All the relics must be included, must be different ones given to different models. Okay, so it's a bit like giving a lieutenant a relic from your.
Well, it's giving a sergeant a relic.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah, like giving a sergeant a relic from the armory. Yeah, all of those are all the red ones are basically ones that kind of exist in the Space Marine book, like give a character an extra warlord trait, and stuff like that.
I'm going to go with Untamed and Unbowed. Use the stratagem in any phase when a Purifier Squad unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack. Till the end of that phase, each time an attack is allocated to a model in that unit, subtract 1 from the damage characteristics of that attack to a minimum of 1. So 2 CP, and your purifiers get -1 damage. It's pretty strong. Very, very strong, to be fair. Any opportunities to reduce the amount of incoming damage is always going to be revered.
True.
Last one, Phil. What are we going for? What's your choice?
So I'm going to go for
Cybolt ammunition.
No, I think I'll go for Zone of Warding because it's got the Matt Ward reference. Although I will notice that True Silver armor is transhuman, basically, for Grey Knights, so they do have it.
There seems to be a lot of instances where they have stuff that's quite similar to Space Marines. Yeah. I've tried to avoid that when going through it. I really wanted to talk about Cylance Bombardment, but I was like, oh, I get it. It's Orbital Bombard.
Yeah. So Zone of Warding, 1 CP, 2 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase when a Grey Knight unit from your army is selected as a target of a ranged attack. Until the end of a phase, while that unit contains a model equipped with a Nemesis Warding Stave, models in that unit have a 5+ invulnerable save. Terminator models instead have a 4+ invulnerable save. If a unit contains 5 or fewer models, this stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it costs 2 CP. I don't know what models have the Nemesis Warding Stave, though.
Well, I think it's a equipment thing that you can add in to the units. I think it's like a melee weapon option for them.
Okay. Let's have a quick look.
Have a quick browse.
It is a melee weapon, yes. Because it's like the sort of psychic staff, basically. So I guess it's something you can probably give to your sergeant-y type people.
Right then, Phil.
Relics. Couple each.
Oh, God, relics?
Yeah.
You really... Oh, my
Yeah, come on.
oh, my God, relics.
I'll do the Domina Liber Demonica. I think that's quite a famous one.
All right, you have that. I'll talk about, I don't know what we got. Relics of Titan. You start, Phil. Go on, you talk about your thing.
So the Domina Liber Demonica, enemy demon units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcements cannot be set up within 12 inches of the bearer. The bearer also gains the following aura ability. While an enemy demon unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time a combat attrition test is taken for that unit, subtract 1 to the test. Good against demons.
Yes. Good against the old demons, as is often the case with the Grey Knights. I like the sound of the banner of refining flame
No.
because you put it on an ancient model, which I believe is just the Terminator ancient for these guys. But then they can perform a psychic action. In your psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to perform this psychic action. If completed, each enemy unit within 6 of the bearer suffers D for mortal wounds.
Oh, that is
It's
good.
pretty fun, isn't it? Just put down the old banner. Flames! Flame on! Bernie burn.
That's actually really, you can just have some crazy builds of just mortal wounds for days from these guys.
I'm telling you, mate. Do you remember when we talked about the Exorcist chapter? That is its time to shine. The Exorcist.
Yeah, well, don't Black
to come out.
Templars have an innate 5+ against mortal wounds as well?
I don't know what their new rules are going to be.
Well, I mean, what their current ones are, I think they get something like that.
Oh yeah, because they do actually have rules in the Space Marine. I just don't remember what they are.
I think it's reroll charges, and I think it's a 5+ against mortal wounds, which would make
so maybe the Exorcists aren't so hot. But I seem to remember the Exorcists had some really cool shenanigans.
Yeah, they're sort of like, not to say wannabe Grey Knights, but they are demon hunter Space Marines. So they've got
but they neutralize psychic stuff, right? Like they got loads of stuff that can
I think
assist them in a Grey Knight matchup potentially.
So should we do that? Keep that for the relics. Don't do any more.
No, come on. We'll do one more each. We may as well. You've made me do it now, Phil. I may as well resign myself to the fact I'm never going to bed again.
Thank you. The Blade of the Forsworn. It's a Nemesis Force sword only. Obviously, you swap it out. Melee weapon, strength +1, AP -3, damage 3. Each time an attack is made with this weapon against a demon unit, an unmodified wound roll of 2+ successfully wounds the target. That'd be great on old Bellicle, won't it? If the unit has the monster or vehicle keyword, as an unmodified wound roll of 4+ successfully wounds the target instead. Okay, not as good against Bellicle, but still pretty good. Because normally you'd be 5s, I think, to wound him.
I'm trying to work out which words I'm most likely to not botch, so I'm just going to say Soul Glaive. So models equipped with Nemesis Force Hellbrids only. This relic replaces the Nemesis Force Hellbrid and has the following profile. Strength +2, AP -3, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, you can re-roll the hit roll and you can re-roll the wound roll.
That is pretty good.
They are dishing that out in this book all over the place.
They do like their re-rolls.
That is crazy. Like they've done so much in other books to try and tone this stuff down, and they're just handing them out to Grey Knights like no one's business.
Maybe Matt Ward's come back.
Maybe.
For the book. I don't know. In a way, it's like even though in the last episode I was like, oh, there's too many re-rolls in the game and it's ruining it. I sort of don't mind it for these guys, and I don't know if that's because I have a bit of a long lost, charm for the Grey Knights, or if it's just because they're like a very small elite army. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how broken it makes them. It feels like it's only on a few units. It's not like everyone getting it via an aura ability, for example. So yeah.
Shall we talk about some units?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to start with the Interceptor Squad. The Whippy Boys of the Grey Knights. Fast attack. They come in units of 5 to 10. They have a move characteristic of 12, a weapon skill ballistic skill of 3, and everything else is like what you expect a Space Marine to be. Strength, toughness 4, 2 wounds, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. The only notable difference being the fact that they have 3 attacks because Grey Knights, and the Justicar has 4 attacks because Grey Knights. They've got Stormbolters and Nemesis Force Swords. Any number of models can have their Nemesis Force Swords replaced with one weapon from the melee weapon list, which I assume means they can have the double sword thing as well. And for every 5 models in that unit, one model Stormbolter Nemesis Force Sword can be replaced with a specialist weapon. They have Knights of Titan, Combat Squads, Teleport Strike, and Personal Teleporters. Each time this unit makes a normal move, advances, or fall back, models in that unit can be moved across other models as if they were not there. and they can be moved within engagement range of enemy models. And they can be moved within engagement range of enemy models. In addition, any vertical distances up or down that they make as part of the move is ignored. However, these models cannot finish their move either on top of another model or within engagement range of any enemy model. So essentially, they have fly, but they just didn't say it. And then this unit can attempt to manifest one psychic power in your psychic phase and attempt to deny one psychic power in your opponent's psychic phase. It knows Smite, an ethereal castigation from the Sanctic Discipline, which I believe is the ability that we had previously assumed might only be available to paladins. So these guys have the ability to move, shoot, move.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Which all of a sudden you can immediately go, I get it now. You give it to these boys, and then they move, they shoot, and they move, and they're moving 12 inches, ignoring all sorts of
they can't move, shoot, move, but they can shoot and then move, right?
No, because they can still move in the movement phase.
Oh, yes. No, yeah, you're right.
So they can move in the movement phase, shoot and move. So if you think about, Phil, your move, screening shenanigans that you've done on occasion with your horses, you can do that with a unit of interceptors.
That can just move over anything.
Yeah, you could just put the pressure on. You can just be like, yep, cool, I'm going to be moving them over here.
Well, I think the only difference between the personal teleporters and fly is fly can ignore models during the charge step, whereas these guys can't.
That is correct. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So only when they're making normal moves, not when they charge.
They're really good. And if you want a bunch of models to charge into units that you're then going to use that mortal wound stratagem on that isn't capped, it would surely be these guys. Or you wanted, wasn't there a warlord trait where you could move a bunch of like your warlord plus, was it 2 other units?
Yeah, but you could only move them 6 inches. But then I suppose the thing is it's 6 inches, then 12 inches, then 12 inches.
Yeah.
So you could basically be moving 30 inches in your opening turn.
Yeah, and I guess you could potentially give a warlord, or was it an upgrade to any character where it's like you can, well, I think there was 2, where you can just count units as being obsec as well. So you could have this apply to.
That was a warlord aura though. But then I suppose the thing is in future turns, if they're still alive, you can drop in the character within range of the unit and give them that obsec aura.
Yeah, I sort of feel like they need a captain type model that has like the Inceptor backpack that could jump around, because it's sort of like a jump pack. So give a character this ability.
You can achieve the same thing with the Nemesis Dread Knights, though, because they can have a personal teleporter, I believe, or they used to be able to.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they have. Well, there's like
they've got rid of that.
There's obviously the psychic power, which allows them to just redeploy, and I think there's a stratagem as well that I saw that allows you to do a similar.
That's true. So you can use that to move these guys up to support. But yeah, they're 24 points a model. So yeah, no, they're a pretty reasonable squad. The reason I picked them is they're their only fast attack choice.
Oh yeah,
which is a really interesting thing. Fast attack is fast becoming one of the least supported slots in a lot of armies.
Well, they tend to just ram everything into elites nowadays.
Yes. Yeah.
Even things that you would think probably are more suitable for fast attack.
I think it's reflected in the design around the way the battalions work now. The fact that you get 6 elite slots over and above anything else, and does give you a certain level of additional flex. But there we go. What units would you like to talk about first of all, Phil?
Well, I guess as we're on the same page, let's talk about the Nemesis Dread Knights.
I mean, they are quite a popular addition to the old Grey Knight armies. Tell us about them.
So Nemesis Dread Knight move 9 inches, which goes down to 7 and then 5 with its degrading profile. Weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 3+ goes down to 4 and 5. Strength and toughness 6, 13 wounds, 5 attacks goes down to 4 and 3. Leadership 8 and a 2+ save. It's equipped with 2 Dread Fists. Comes with optional war gear, I guess it says other war gear. Maybe it just comes with that. Dreadnought Teleporter. The bearer has the teleporter keyword. War gear options. This model may be equipped with with up to 2 of the following, and the same option cannot be selected twice. 1 Gatling silencer, 1 heavy incinerator, 1 heavy psi cannon. One of the model's Dreadfist may be replaced with one of the following: 1 Nemesis Demon Great Hammer, 1 Nemesis Greatsword, and this model can be equipped with 1 Dreadnought Teleporter. So it can get the teleporter keyword, which I think is for that shunt stratagem that I mentioned. But obviously it's going to cost you some points. Comes with the Knights of Titan teleport strike abilities, plus it has force shielding, which gives it a 4-up save. It's a psyker, can attempt to deny 1 psychic power. It knows smite and hammerhand. Nice. So let's go through the weapons. So obviously it's designed so it has 1 hand, which is either a fist, but otherwise it's all guns, and then the other one is a fist or all close combat weapons. So the Gatling silencer, range 24, heavy 12, strength 5, -1 damage. Obviously we said before it's a vehicle, so the heavy doesn't matter when it's moving and shooting. It's got a heavy incinerator, 12-inch range, heavy 2d6, strength 6, -1, 1 damage, and automatically hits. The heavy psi cannon is 24-inch range, heavy 6, strength 8, -2, 2 damage. Pretty good. The Dreadfist, which is what it comes with by default, melee strength ×2, so that's strength 12, -3, 2 damage. The Nemesis Demon Great Hammer, again strength ×2, so strength 12, -4, d3 plus 3 damage, but you got to subtract 1 from your hit roll. So that's hitting on 4s. Not as good. Maybe better saved for the Grandmaster variant of a Dreadnought. The Nemesis Greatsword, which I've heard has much improved. So you got Mighty Swing. So you got 2 versions that you can do. Mighty Swing's the first one. So melee, strength +4, so that's strength 10, -3, d6 damage. So that's pretty good especially when you've got 5 attacks. That's pretty good. Or you've got Sweeping Blow, strength user, so strength 6, -2, 2 damage. Make 2 hit rolls for each attack made with this profile instead of 1. So that's 15 attacks hitting on 3s, wounding Marines on 3s, -2 and then 2 damage. So you could kill a lot of Primaris Marines with this.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, mate. You can definitely chew through those Primaris Marines with that -2 and 2 damage.
15 attacks, wow, that's a lot.
It wouldn't be 15 attacks. Made 2 hit rolls. It'd be 10.
Oh, sorry. Math's not good. Yes, but even so, good, 10 is pretty good.
I'm just looking to see, because they're saying that you gain the teleporter. Oh, here we go. Teleporter keyword as a war gear option.
So you've got the teleportation shunt stratagem,
yes,
which
that's
affects Grey Knight teleporter unit from your army. 2 CP. If selected to make a normal move, instead of making a normal move with that unit, remove it from the battlefield, set it anywhere back on the battlefield within 9 inches away from the enemy unit. A unit can only be selected for a stratagem once per battle.
And you've also got Fight on the Move, which is 1 CP. So use this stratagem in your moving phase when a Grey Knight teleporter unit from your army falls back until the end of the turn. That unit is still eligible to shoot and charge, even though it fell back.
Oh, well, that's really good, because obviously your Dreadnoughts then can't get stuck in combat. Obviously, they can still shoot in combat, but even so, it's quite useful if you want to get them out and shoot at something else.
Don't neglect as well, though, that the Inceptor squads have that access to those same 2 stratagems as well.
Oh, that's actually really good for them.
Yeah, very strong.
Get around the board.
Oh, yeah. No, there's so many mobility options for the Inceptor squad. It's actually really ridiculous. The amount of movement these guys can do is crazy. But also, by extension, the Nemesis Dreadnought, which is pretty cool. I have to be honest, I'm relatively underwhelmed by it. I'm not surprised that GW has gone the way they've gone with it, because it has been somewhat the pattern where they have made the stuff that's always been strong relatively underwhelming and then sought to give buffs in other areas. I don't think it's drastically unimproved, but I think when you compare it to the Paragon war suits from the Sisters of Battle, you start to see a bit of a strange situation. So a Paragon war suit, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty confident that they were toughness 5, and the Paragon war suit had the -1 damage. And obviously the Paragon war suits came in squads, and they had really, really robust weapon options as well. So it's intriguing to me that a Terminator armored Astartes in a massive suit of armor is only one tougher than a toughness free model inside of a smaller suit of armor.
Do you know how expensive a dreadnought is, though?
How much?
120 points.
Oh my god!
That is
really
it's cheaper than a Land Raider. Sorry, a Lehman Russ. Obviously, the weapons cost between 10 and 20 points. Do you want to know how much a Paragon warsuit costs?
Please tell me.
According to app, 0 points per model.
Oh, well, brilliant.
All the weapons are 0 points as well. I'm guessing there's a bug on the app because it updated today. 0 points.
Brilliant.
Get as many of them as you can now while it lasts.
Exactly. Go crazy on the Paragon warsuit. 0 points a model. Thank you, Games Workshop's increasingly awful Warhammer 40,000 app.
Yeah, I mean, I think because before I think they were like 100 or 200 points a model, and that was obviously a mistake as well because it was meant to be for the squad, but it said per model. And obviously they've still not quite fixed that at the moment.
But they've really given back the value. They're now going, whatever.
Have as many as you want for free.
Technically, isn't that like tournament legal now? Technically, you can just rock up and be like, there's 0 points. What do you want to do?
I mean, that is an interesting thing. Like, what is, especially when they haven't properly FAQ'd something, what is the more legitimate version, the Codex or the app?
I'd say the app, definitely. 0 points.
At the moment, yes. I think most people would say it's for Codex, but there has been times when the Codex hasn't been updated and the app has had the extra rules reflected in them. So when it said -1 damage on the Paragon warsuits, it didn't have the to a minimum of 1, which it then did on the app, but not in the Codex.
Well, there you go. They set the precedent.
But I am surprised when Nemesis Dreadnoughts don't have a -1 on them.
I am too. I'm really surprised by that, and I'm surprised they're toughness 6. They feel like they should be toughness 7.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they do have a 2-up save though, so maybe they've done.
Yeah, true. 2-up save, and they've got a 4-up invulnerable save, which is really strong. So they do have some survivability to them.
I think -2 damage would just be a bit much, maybe.
Well, at that points cost for sure. I suppose when you're making them 120 points, call them 150 with war gear. That's a totally different story, but. Yeah,
because that has obviously maybe not as much firepower as a Lehman Russ, but his combat potential and maneuverability is just like through the roof in comparison.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean that's competitively pointed, I would say.
Yeah. In terms of the next unit I'd like to talk about, I'm going to talk about the Brotherhood Tech Marine. So the Brotherhood Tech Marine has a movement of 6, a weapon skill of 3, a ballistic skill of 2, a strength and toughness of 4, 4 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2+ save. A Brotherhood Tech Marine is equipped with a bolt gun, flamer, plasma cutter, omnisire, power axe, 2 servo arms, frag, crack grenades. I won't go through what all of those weapons do because they're relatively standard arsenal. This model's bolt gun can be replaced with a bolt pistol. So what's interesting about this miniature is that it does not have it does. It has to have a full servo harness. So you can't take this guy without the full servo harness. Because that has the plasma cutter, the flamer, and all the servo arms as well.
The Primaris Tech Marine doesn't have the plasma cutter though, does it?
No, but this isn't a Primaris Tech Marine.
But a regular Tech Marine has a
The plasma cutter, yeah.
It's access to tons of stuff. Oh my god.
So yeah, 2 servo arms. So yeah, it's basically the same loadout as a Tech Marine in full servo harness. It's got the Knights of Titan ability, Blessing of the Omnissiah, which is at the end of the movement phase. You can repair one friendly Grey Knight's vehicle within 3. Up to D3 lost wounds. Each model can be repaired once per turn. And then you have Awaken the Machine Spirit, which is in your command phase. This model can awaken one friendly Grey Knight vehicle model within 3 of it until the start of your next command phase. Each time that vehicle model makes a range attack, add 1 to the attack roll. And it is a Psyker, and it knows Smite and 1 power from the Dominance discipline. It's interesting that they actually made the Tech Marines and added Tech Marines to Grey Knights to do a bit of a Dan gets fluff wrong moment for you. In the olden days, they didn't used to have Tech Marines in the Grey Knights. And I believe the Grey Knights' weapons and arsenals and various other, equipment was, heavily maintained by tech serfs and, all the various tech priests and things that were commissioned to them. The idea being, though, that I think the whole idea of like the Tech Marine was back in the day was that in order to become a Tech Marine, you got sent off to Mars. And when you got sent off to Mars, you were essentially a bit of a pariah because you essentially became that guy that's a bit too into the machine cult stuff. So it kind of used to feel like it went against the grain of what a Grey Knight was. But obviously they've introduced that for the sake of, convenience, I suppose. And again, at the end of the day, fluff changes, things occur. It's sensible that Tech Marines are in there. And it's cool to see that they have rules. Potentially for the first time, they may have appeared in the 8th edition book. But yeah, I mean, Tech Marines are cool. If you're going to run a vehicle heavy list, if you're looking at the Dread Knights, if you're looking at the Dreadnoughts, if you're considering the Land Raiders, although I can't imagine you will be, then why not have yourself a Brotherhood Tech Marine? They seem absolutely fine for the price of admission.
Yeah,
What would you like to talk about next?
I could see people taking them with their Dreadnoughts. I was just going to say, I was looking at the Tech Marine on the app, and I was
is he 0 points too?
No, but there is. Wait, hold on. Let's just double check to make sure. No, he's 70 points, but there is no profile for the Plasma Cutter on there. I scrolled through.
Oh, yeah.
There's chainsaws, there's combi plasma, there's 101 things, even things like thunder hammers, and was it lightning claws? Weirdly, and then in the war gear sort of options, it says you can take a plasma cutter, but the profile for the weapon isn't on the app.
Well, it's basically a range 12 assault 1 plasma gun.
Yeah, I guess it's just missing and it's a bit broken.
What a shocker. Another broken data sheet on the app. I can hardly believe it.
Should we talk about, similar to the Tech Marine, should we talk about those lovely servitors?
No, don't talk about servitors.
No,
that's ridiculous.
I want to do a character.
I feel like we need to talk about old Crow, you think?
Well, yeah, but I think maybe Caldor Drago's, he's the big boy. Surely we should.
All right, you do Caldor Drago, and then we'll finish on Crow, and then we'll do our roundup.
Okay,
and,
fair enough.
Yeah.
I do love Voldus. He's got a lovely model as well. But anyway, Drago. Movement 5, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness 4. Only toughness 4. He
is still but a Space Marine,
but he's in Terminator armor. Oh wait, Terminators are toughness 4.
Toughness 4.
No, okay,
yeah.
It's an extra wound, isn't it? 7 wounds. He's got 6 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. He's armed with the Titan sword, Sanctum Sigillum. Or Sigillum, mastercrafted storm bolter, frag grenades, crack grenades. You can include one of them in your army. What's this that he's got? Mastercrafted storm bolter, 24-inch range, rapid fire 2, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. The Titan sword, +4 strength, so strength 8, -4, 3 damage.
Incredible.
That is pretty good. I'm sort of surprised that there's no abilities on either of them. bit odd.
I mean, you don't need them when you're +4, -4, flat 3 damage.
Fair enough.
or
And
straight
6
4,
attacks.
-1, flat 2 damage. Yeah.
The Sanctum Sigillum gives him a 3+ invulnerable save. That is
Amazing.
pretty good. So he's got 2+, 3+. Obviously, he's got Knights of Titan Teleport Strike, Rites of Battle Aura. While a friendly Grey Knight's core unit within 6, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, reroll the hit roll of 1. Pretty standard. For like a kind of captainy type person. He's also got Supreme Grandmaster. In your command phase, select one friendly Grey Knight's core or Grey Knight's character unit within 6 inches of this model until the start of your next command phase. Each model in that unit that makes an attack roll can re-roll the hit roll. So basically, the Chapter Master ability of re-roll all your hit rolls on one unit. He's a Psyker. He knows 2 psychic powers. He can deny 2 psychic powers, so he can manifest 2, deny 2, smite and 3 psychic powers from the Dominus discipline, plus obviously your bonus. Actually, does he get the Brotherhood one? Because I don't think he's got the Brotherhood keyword. So he's got Honored Knights, which I don't think is a thing. So he doesn't get a Brotherhood ability. No. Although Voldus is a Ward Maker, so he does get access to that one.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not full of like lots of. For a special character, he doesn't really have many special rules, but he's just a bit of a beat stick.
Yes.
In combat, and that's all he is, really, I guess.
Yeah, and he's also mad durable. Like 7 wounds and a 3-up invuln with a 2-up armor save is all shades of difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Yeah, he's well good, mate. But let's see how he stacks up against the Crow. So Castellan Crow is movement 6, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2. He's got strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2+ save. So at this moment in time, he's got better movement, less wounds, same attacks, less leadership. He has the Black Blade of Antoine, frag and crack grenades, and he has a Storm Bolter. And your army can only select one of him. So he has a regular Storm Bolter, and then he has the Black Blade of Silliness. So strength +1, -3, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds to a target, in addition to any normal damage. That's pretty strong. That's very different from what it was before. I don't believe he used to have any minuses on it, but I think he used to get to reroll all hits and all wounds because of his martial superiority, which is still a rule that he has here, but let's get through it. Knight of Titan, teleport strike, heroic sacrifice. If this model is destroyed in the fight phase, do not remove this model from play. It can fight after attacking model units have finished making attacks. If you are using this ability after resolving this model's attacks, it is then removed. So before it's dead, you can fight with it, which is bananas. Fight after the attack model's units finish making attacks. If you're using the ability to resolve the model's attacks, is after resolving this. So the thing that's a bit mad about that is it doesn't specifically state that he can't do it if he hasn't already fought. So you could go in, fight a big unit of something or a big character, maybe not kill it. It kills you in return, and then you kill it by attacking afterwards.
Yeah, which is interesting because I think in the Sisters of Battle Codex there was a few that had abilities like this, but I'm pretty sure they all stipulated that if they'd already fought, they couldn't do it.
Yes, correct. Almost always they stipulate that. So the fact that they haven't leads me to believe that is on purpose, or an FAQ is inbound. Whatever the case, he is well good. He's got a 4-up invulnerable save. He's got Cleansing Flame. Each time this unit is attempted to manifest a Purifying Flame psychic power, add 1 to that attempt. The Purifying Flame from the Sanctic Discipline. So that is the flat 3 mortal wounds, or the potential D3 plus 3, wasn't it?
Purifying Flame, warp charge value of 5, select a unit within 9 inches, visible to the psycho suffers 3 mortal wounds. If the psychic test was 11 or more, it's D3 plus 3. So he gets +1. So it's a bit easier to get a sort of super flame.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And then he's got martial superiority. At the start of the fight phase, if this model is within engagement range of an enemy character unit, it can fight first that phase. Okay, bloody hell. So if it's in engagement range, it fights first.
Yeah, so it's funny because it says if he's in engagement range, he fights first, but it's like you can only fight if you're in engagement range.
Yes. So the assumption being is that he always fights first whenever he is in a situation where he's up for a fight, and then seemingly if that fight results in him going first and then dying, he'll just fight you again, such as his ways. And then at that point, he might observe honor or death. So this model is eligible to perform a heroic intervention if it is within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of any enemy units instead of 3 and 5. Each time this model makes a heroic intervention move, so long as it ends the move either closer to the closest enemy unit or within engagement range of an enemy character unit, it can move up to 6. What? It can move up to 6. All other rules are okay, fine. So it just heroically intervenes 6. There you go. So he's a bit of a combat monstrosity, is what he is.
Yeah, is he? I mean, he's a champion. He's not like a captain or anything, is he?
No, he's just a double-R champion.
Yeah. What's interesting though is obviously like with old Drago, he's just got some good stats. Whereas Caslan's got like a ton of abilities, even his sword has got an ability as well.
Yes, it's almost like they gave him a new model recently.
And I assume he had a lot of these rules before in previous editions.
He had similar aspects of those rules, yeah. So before he always had the fighting after he died. He used to have he had a 6-inch range super smite basically. That always did 6 mortal wounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. So yeah, he definitely had some of these elements, but obviously his sword never used to be this good though, which again led me to the conclusion that clearly he is utilizing some of the demonic powers of the sword, whereas before it never used to have AP -3, for example, or did mortal wounds. But c'est la vie. So there we go. That was our little, jaunt through the wondrous world of Grey Knights. We covered much more than my ongoing sanity likely wanted me to. I could have done with going to bed sooner, Phil, but we're not quite done yet. We have to give our closing thoughts. Why don't you get started, Phil? How are we feeling about these there Grey Knights? What's the vibe?
No, I like it. They seem pretty good. I'm pro Grey Knights anyway. But reading through it actually makes me kind of want to do a Grey Knights army, even if the models are a bit at times. But yeah, I think the rules are solid. What I like about them, and I can't tell if this is because we finally read through a bunch of codexes is this simpler to understand than the AdMech codex, or have we just gotten used to the complexity and gotten our heads around it, so it actually just isn't as big a deal anymore?
I feel like it's a bit of column A, bit of column B. I think Space Marines are always inherently easier to understand because a great many of the kind of core ideas are already innately understood. So when you say to me, oh, they've got bolter discipline and they've got they shall know no fear, it's like, yeah, cool, I know that. Combat squads, I know that. There's a lot of elements that are kind of baked into their mechanics that I understand. The chaplain mechanics, I get it. I know what a chaplain does because I've already established that in other books. So I think that's the thing. It's like I understand a lot of Space Marine terminology and ideas much more innately, but I do think that their abilities are slightly easier to understand because ultimately there's this thing that you can change and it does these things, but 9 times out of 10 you're going to pick one of those things and you're going to stick with it. Fine, happy. Whereas obviously with the canticles, they were always changing. With the protocols, they were always changing. So it was always like I have to be knowledgeable about 5 or 6 different variables.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, if all I want to do is one thing, I'll just do that one thing.
And it's like, even with the upgrades that you can do, it's like a one-off ability that you can do. Whereas I think with the AdMech one is like there was 2 tiers to it. Like there was an always on ability, and then there was like a once per turn ability, so once per game ability. So it feels like this Codex is a lot more easy to get your head around. It didn't seem too confusing at any point. It seems pretty straightforward. Maybe you're right, it's just because it's a Space Marine adjacent codex, so therefore it was a lot more straightforward. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty flavoursome. It's got mortal wounds for days, which I think is a fun mechanic that isn't really thoroughly explored. Obviously, Grey Knights has always been a bit more abusive about that. It seems like there's some strong options in here, but nothing, I mean, not saying nothing seems too broken. There's definitely a couple of times where we've gone, this seems a bit too cheap for the stratagem that it's doing, or this ability is worded in a way which isn't how it's currently being written.
Yeah.
So there are some powerful things in here which might get toned down later on, or it's just a prevailing power creep and this is how it's going to be going forwards. But yeah, I think it's a good A+ book. In, you know, it's not obviously super broken, but I think it's got some really good strong options in it. And out the gate we've seen like some really cool combos that you can do, like with mortal wounds, with like the kind of close combat aspect of it, but there's still some pretty decent shooting stuff you can do. My question to you is, you were moaning and yawning and being bored and said Grey Knights is not stupid, but Grey Knights are dull. Do you still think that now?
It's interesting, isn't it? Right, because I think when it comes to the Grey Knight range, as I said from the outset, Grey Knights are 3 boxes and a couple character kits, right? Which is a very similar scenario, I suppose, to what the Thousand Suns are. They're in fact, they're only, I think, well, they got 2 core unit choices and then a bunch of different character variants. I mean, they've obviously got Araman and then a bunch of different sorcerers, but you know, so these kind of ranges
well, they've got like Rubric Marines, Scab Occult Terminators, and then they've got the Zangori type models as well.
Oh, yes, of course. I forget about all the Zangor stuff. So there's a lot of that in there as well. Fine. But anyway, the point is that, like, what Games Workshop have sort of done with those 2 kits is quite incredible, right? Because they've got essentially 2 flavors of Terminators with a bunch of different characters that you can bring out of that. You've got the Apothecary, you've got the Ancient. Obviously, you've got the Champion, which admittedly isn't or the sword champion guy that isn't a Terminator specific thing, but more the power armor side of things. You've got the Purifiers, you've got the heavy weapon variants, you've got the jumpy variants, you've got the normal. So they have done a lot with very little. I mean, it's a really amazing exercise in you know, taking what you have and really stretching it out. And I think that's very impressive in terms of what they built with this. And again, you can already start to see some really powerful combinations and things that could be super strong for this army. And you can already see that there's a great many instances where this army is going to perform well against other kind of prevailing army lists of the moment. These guys are definitely going to upset things. And I think we're going to see Grey Knights performing very well. I think objectively, based on what I've read of the Thousand Suns up to this point, I do think the Grey Knights probably are the superior of the 2 armies. I think a lot more of the options that the Grey Knights have access to are going to be superior to the Thousand Suns. I think they are going to be a really bothersome army to deal with. Do I think I like them more as a result of that? I think I'm impressed with how much kind of creativity I'm feeling within the list building potential of it. But everything that I'm seeing is very powerful. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, when you have an army that is just excessively powerful, it is exciting and interesting to build armies for it, only from the perspective that it's good. And sometimes that's enough. And I think in the case of Grey Knights, it probably is. But I just think, you know, Grey Knights are a bit of a They're not an army I'm going to be likely to play anytime soon, but I can see the appeal. They're very strong. I think they and they're seemingly relatively cheap army to play as well, given the fact that if Terminators are your troop choice and they're rocking in at 42 points a model, you take, I don't know, 3 10-man units of Terminators, and there's 1,200 or whatever that actually is. That's like 1,300. In fact, it's more than it's 12,060 points worth of Terminators just as a jumping off point, which I suppose actually does get quite pricey in model count, pound per model and so on. But yeah, you can do some interesting stuff with them. I think they're better than I gave them credit for. But I like the list. I think again, it's got some fun stuff in it, but again, as you say, all of this stuff is so complicated now, though. It's so much to get through and so much to consider, and there's just rules upon rules and then stratagems and everything, and I always struggle with that stuff. But regardless, I think the core concepts of the army is good. And as I said, Phil, the fact that they have been able to bake in those demon-specific buffs, but actually factor in variables and options that apply to non-demon matchups is really good. And I praised that as good as rules writing, and I meant it. And I think that's the thing. I think there's lots of things to be happy about in that book. I'm pretty sure the Grey Knight players out there are all going to be very excited about it. And I dare say we're going to see a lot more Grey Knight players over the coming weeks.
Yeah, quite likely. I mean, it's interesting that they don't really have any shiny new toys in terms of like the Primaris range for Space Marines gave them like a whole new army, a complete refresh.
Yeah.
Whereas these feel like model-wise a bit stuck in the past, and they haven't, as you said at the beginning, you're surprised they didn't get any new units, and that does sort of date them a little bit. But I think what they've done with the rules has sort of brought them up to the level of Primaris, where it's like they kind of hold their own as a bit of a, in quotes, classic army without having to be Primarisified. Like they haven't got Redemptors or some of the newfangled shiny toys that Space Marines have, but the subtle tweaks that they've made, like the extra attack getting baked into their profile and stuff, and just how they've kind of revitalized the psychic powers. I like that there's like 2 disciplines, and one is like pretty much a freebie that you get for every unit. It's kind of unit specific, but then on top of that you get a Brotherhood psychic power that everyone gets. Like they've taken like the psychic phase into a slightly more complex manner, but I think it's really well done. I actually makes the army really interesting.
Without spoiling some of the Thousand Sun thoughts and feelings, I do think the Grey Knight mechanics are so much less cumbersome in certain ways than what they did with the Thousand Suns. I mean, they've added a lot of really interesting flavor to the Thousand Suns with the way that they operate in the psychic phase. But again, it's one of those rule sets where it all does feel a little bit overly explained or overly developed. And I think that's the thing with the Grey Knights. I think they've just hit a good balance of functional but interesting. And I do worry that sometimes with the 40k rules writers that there's a tendency to over elaborate or over construct these rules or over complicate things. And I think at the core of the Space Marine book, and again maybe it's familiarity, but the core of the Space Marine design is a much more user-friendly rule set that's much more easy to get on board with, which I think has always been to its benefit. But again, that might be over familiarity, as I keep saying. But there you go. I like it. I think it's fun. I think there's some really good stuff in there. All jokes aside, I think it's got some real credibility and some real viability on the tabletop. I think a lot of people will be doing some really good builds with this list, and I'm sure it's going to be tearing it up. I think, because again, I can just already see how it causes serious problems to some of the most prevailing armies, because just that many mortal wounds is crazy. But the fact that they also then are the perfect counter to themselves is also crazy, because obviously they're the one of the few things in the game that will then soak up those mortal wounds with their native 5-ups and their +1s to deny. Grey Knights versus Grey Knights is going to be quite a prevalent matchup that you're going to see a lot now, It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out, because I think that game is going to start to get really interesting. I mean, it sounds horridly tedious to me, but like, that's often the way with these mirror matchups. But there you go. I don't know. I like it. It's fine. It's good. I'm not going to rush out and buy a Grey Knight army after this. This wasn't quite the same as when we talked about other army lists where I've gotten quite excited about them. This is fine. It's cool. It's a good series of buff. But I think my biggest problem is what you kind of expressed, which is the model range just isn't doing it for me anymore. And I think without that catalyst, I'm just not bothered.
Yeah, I think that is the problem. I have seen, I can't remember who it was, but I saw someone on Instagram do a Grey Knight army using Primaris models.
I'm sure there's hundreds of people out there
swapping
doing
out
that,
the bits, and it kind of makes them look so much better. Like,
I can easily imagine. Yeah.
And that's what they need. That kind of true scale Space Marine hero range style refresh with their models, and I'm sure more people would be buying them than they currently are. Because for me, at least, it's like the one off-putting thing about the army is just the models are a bit dated.
If I'm honest with you, Grey Knights are bizarrely the only Space Marine army that I would accept someone breaking my usual rule of I don't accept Primaris minis representing other things, because I'm particular about that in the instances where you could have a firstborn and you then have Primaris units alongside them.
Yeah,
if
it makes sense. There's no confusion.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Grey Knight army. Cool. I've upscaled it. Cool. That's a totally different conversation. I think in the case of regular Space Marines, where stuff can be Primaris and stuff can not be, I have a real problem with that. But if you're going to do a whole Grey Knight army with Primaris upscale conversions, knock your socks off.
I think the only downside of doing that is your Terminators would look a bit weird, because they would then look even worse.
Agreed.
Unless you do some kind of true scale Space Marine stuff, which I've talked about before on my blog on beyondthetabletop.com. Do you know that little blog?
Brilliant. There we go. And we say we don't shill for anyone.
No, but it was something I mean, we've talked about it on here before, and it's something I did a bit of research into. So if people did want to know how to do a true scale Terminator conversion, there's some good thoughts of mine on my blog that they can read if they really want to. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I reckon that wraps it up, Phil. We more or less like it, but we're probably... Well, you seem like you are on the verge of going out there and buying a selection of Grey Knights to put in the cupboard. But for me, I'm going to resist for now.
Are they one of the few armies that you don't actually own?
Well, I don't currently own any Chaos armies. I will seek to resolve that when new Chaos stuff comes. I am tempted to resolve it with Thousand Suns, but Richie already is quite heavily invested in the Thousand Suns stuff, and I'm kind of happy to leave that with him. And to be fair, my real calling in the world of Chaos is the Khornate stuff. I think as soon as we end up in a situation where they do the Khorne Berserker refresh range, I think that's when I'm diving back into the Chaos Space Marine collection.
Yeah, because you said Khorne Demonkin before, didn't you?
Oh yeah. I loved my Khorne Demonkin army, and in a way, I deeply regret having gotten rid of it actually, because I think it would have been fun to revisit that at some point. But yeah, I think that's the thing for me. Yeah, Grey Knights is a weird one, because despite the fact that I ended up owning loads of metal minis for the Grey Knights, that was because a buddy of mine was just looking to offload them, and I said I'd figure it out for him, and I did. So yeah, despite the fact I've owned a good selection of metal minis, I actually think Grey Knights are probably actually genuinely think Grey Knights are the only army I've never played at one point or another. Wow. Like I've had a squad of them in an army at one point, but I've never done a Grey Knight army. I can't say that about anything else in the game. I've pretty much no, that's not true. There's two things I've never done an army of: Imperial Guard and Grey Knights. That's my two. That's my.
Surely you haven't done Gene Stealer Cult.
Oh, and Gene Stealer Cult. Yes, you are right. Yes, so Gene Stealer Cult. I forgot about them. But I have done Nids, and I have done Orcs. I have done. Oh, I haven't done Crons either. There you go. 4. Never done the Necrons.
Done Sisters.
Yep. Yeah. Dabbled with Sisters back in crikey, when was it? It would have been second edition, yeah, when they were like when they were the new kids on the block.
Ah, well, there you go.
I was dabbling around with them. Had a 1,000-point metal sisters army in the old second ed. You didn't have to have many models back then, admittedly, which kind of helped things along. But yeah, and I did dabble with the idea of collecting sisters in 8th edition. I bought a bunch of it. I started building up, but I have now just gotten rid of it. So, but yeah, there you go. I do also own a load of Necron models because everyone owns Necron models now because that's how it works.
Indomitus.
Maybe it's time I scratch that Necron itch and just start painting up a load of crons.
Why not?
Exactly. Anyway, look, mate, it's now getting closer and closer to 2 a.m. and I'm ready for bed. I've had enough of this transitional noise. Woo! And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 99. Although you know better than that. In fact, it isn't the end, but the beginning of the end, where we will go through community questions and, in the broad sense, talk about our plans for episode 100. Because in truth, we haven't really done a great deal of actual, concrete planning for episode 100. It's been a bit of a sort of weird situation. We've known it's going to be happening for ages, but it has still seemingly sneaked up on us. So yeah, we're hopefully going to do something to make it a little special, but yeah, not entirely sure what that is as of the moment of recording this bit.
No.
What do you reckon, Phil? What's on the agenda?
We've been quite lackadaisical about it. Yeah.
I mean, that is somewhat our style. I feel like we're
well, exactly.
definitely,
Maybe we just need episode 100 is going to be a ramble, like non-stop, no breaks. Try to go for as long as we can until last man standing style. First one to drop, I don't know, loses.
We're going to have a dance off of sorts.
A ramble off.
A ramble off.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Or like, I can't remember what it's called. The game where you just have to talk with like no interruptions and hesitations.
Just a minute.
Yeah, but it'll be just 3 hours or however long we can go for.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that it probably is the format of the podcast anyway, really.
Pretty much. No, I think we'll try and do something interesting. It'd be good, I guess, and thinking out loud about it. Be good maybe if we could get some audience participation. Maybe those who listen to the Lookout Sir 40k podcast could create some kind of little video message or some kind of shout out that we could amalgamate into a beautiful little video medley.
Exactly. Drop us your favorite catchphrases or bad quotes that we've done over the time. Meme us basically in audio format is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I reckon if we're putting this out on the social medias to support this episode, we go with, some sort of introduction and then definitely a transitional noise. We definitely need some kind of like heartwarming moment where I can kind of like splice together a video where a bunch of people go transitional noise, and then we get like the collective sound of everyone who contributed a transitional noise.
See, I was thinking if we got custom transitional noises, we could then use them for the next however many episodes. So you could have a break from doing transitional noise.
I mean, it often feels to me like to steal a bit from Good Mythical Mornings. I often feel like, it would be cool if we could get people to contribute their own transitional noises and then to splice those in, because they do that with their Wheel of Mythicality. They get people to, record content where they go, hello, I'm so-and-so from somewhere, and it's time to spin the Wheel of Mythicality.
Well, do you know, actually, the one thing we want really is a new intro to the 5-star review. I promised ages ago one of our 5-star reviewees that I would do a custom one, and I've been planning to, and maybe for the 100th episode I'll get around to doing something, but maybe they could do a 5-star intro for us that's a funny bit, a bit like what we've currently got, and then we could have our actual listeners do the listener segment.
Potentially. I know that's just you pitching it because you despise the 5-star intro segment, but it's fine. I will take that on board.
It's more that we've been using the same ones for such a long time.
It is true. They have unfortunately lingered longer than I had expected. I was led to believe that more would be inbound, but unfortunately, it hasn't really happened. I mean, there definitely feels like there needs to be a kind of production refresh in that sense. Although I feel like that's going to be a 2022 conversation as we start to move towards that and how we kind of put things together for that side of things. I think that's when the time is to reevaluate things and mix stuff up. Although maybe we can have a conversation around it sooner. It depends what the general vibe is, right? I mean, that's the ongoing weirdness of it all. It's kind of like experimenting with things, but the core of it is still always going to be the same. And it doesn't matter how we dress it up. It's still just going to come down to 1.5, 3-hour segments of us just procrastinating about the latest thing.
Yeah, that is us.
That is us. Yeah, absolutely. The core of what we are is never going to change. It's just the window dressing that we will seek to continue to develop. But yeah, no, I mean, I like the idea of some fan participation. I think that'd be cool. I think there might be an argument that we could do it video-wise, just for the YouTube side of things as well. I think that could be interesting if we just smashed out some video side of things. I think there's recording services similar to the one that we're using now that incorporates video. I can probably get like 3 or 4 of them and find them on like hour-long free trials, Phil, and just sign up for all of them, and we can just record it through a series of hour-long trial periods or something.
That could work. Yeah,
that could work.
Because I think a few people had expressed an interest in us doing like a live stream, which would have to be on something like YouTube. I feel like the downside of that is it means when the 100th episode happens and people are checking their app to download the podcast, it won't actually be there, and you've got to get them onto YouTube to listen to it, and then only after, once that's done, can we maybe process it and pull it from YouTube and then add it to the podcast system. So it feels like that bit's sort of not ideal. If we were to do it, I would say let's do something in addition to our regular podcast. I've always liked the idea of just doing like a little hangout where, hobby hangout where we can chat, but our listeners can come join in with us and have a little chat.
Well, I'm TOing again the weekend of episode 100. I'm on the old TO train. I'm going to be running one of the Beachhead Brawl events again. I'm partnering up with those guys, and I say partnering up, just helping out. Adam wants to play, so I'm jumping in to help him out. Because for the most part, I prefer the TOing to the actual playing. Like, I walk around the gaming hall as people are playing, and I think to myself, I'm not really convinced you're having that much fun. It just looks very stressful.
Well, I guess the tournament scene is quite stressful. I guess that's sort of the point of it.
Brawl is a really, really great series of events because they've got a really amazing venue in Entoyment, and Entoyment is a fantastic gaming center.
I like how you're trying to do the pitch of come down and play games and look like you're not having fun.
No. I was. Let me qualify it. Let me finish before you start, presuming where I'm going with these things. But no, like Entoyment as a retail place, incredible. Like, they got so many ranges, and they support all the different kind of like wargaming systems, and obviously they've gotten a very strong, stock portfolio of Games Workshop products and so on and so forth. And the gaming facilities upstairs are pretty decent, and aesthetically it's all very lovely. But Brawl as an event has definitely attracted a lot more killers over the years. I remember going there 2 or 3 years ago, and it being a much more kind of chilled out thing. But yeah, most of the time when you go to the Brawl events now, certainly since the COVID restrictions have lifted and people are able to get back out there again and start going to tournaments, the caliber of players throwing dice at 40k Brawl are pretty intense. So as much as I could say that the venue is nice and the people who run it are great, the crop of players are pretty hardcore. So yeah, it's I wouldn't say it would be a great option for for first timers, although maybe it is, depending on what you want out of it. I mean, a lot of people are seeking to improve, aren't they? So I guess if you want to get better or get beat up by better players, it's not a bad idea.
Well,
I guess.
They do say the only way to improve is to play better people.
It is true. It is true. I think that is certainly interesting. I tell you what, though, some of the army lists that were rolling last time were really interesting, and I think I did see some cool stuff going on. But yeah, like everyone there is pretty good, and I think that's the thing. It's like because everyone's pretty good, every game is taken quite seriously, and that creates its own environment, right? Which is fine. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with people taking games seriously, but I, for one, prefer a more light-hearted style of game, which is probably why I'm gonna, at some point in the future or over the coming weeks, start putting over Tom's RFW event in Kent. One, because me and Phil are going to it, so I feel like a degree of obligation to support it from that perspective, but also because the RFW guys are trying to do something different with it, which is actually do a more kind of funsy style event. So you got myself, Phil, Joe. He's going to be potentially. Oh no, Joe can't rock up to it because it's clashing with something else now. I remember.
Tim's coming though.
Tim is coming.
I believe
Lovely Tim.
Richie's coming as well. Yeah,
Richie's coming. Obviously, the rapid fire wargaming guys will be there. The RFW guys, as I indicated. Tom was sharing with us the other day. There's a lad who's bringing an entire grot army, which I thought was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, a grot army. There's a guy potentially rocking squats, or maybe two guys rocking squats. One of them squats as orcs, which I think is an interesting choice, but probably quite a good one. I think when you look at the stats of how
he might be bringing something super powerful under the pretense of fun and fluffy, because they look like squats, but they're actually orcs, and orcs is scary.
Yes, yeah. So, do you remember the date of when it is? I mean, we might as well give it like a
27th of December. We'll get Tom on in the future to plug it if he needs it. Oh, I think it's not December, is it? It's November. 27th of November.
Yeah. So it's down in, I think it's at Ashford, sort of Kent way.
It's near Ashford. It's like a village outside of Ashford. It's in Kent. We'll get all the details.
Well, we might. Just as a quick shout out now, a preliminary plug. Basically, if you're interested in going, it's an open war event. So casual, fun, fluffy narrative. Armies are encouraged. Just go check out the Rapid Fire Wargaming Facebook page. They've got a link there to the event. So just Google Rapid Fire Wargaming and you can find out more from them. And as you say, at some point we can get Tom on. It's funny, you always call him Tom. I always call him Garfield.
I'm not familiar with his no retreat title.
Well, it's just his Instagram handle than anything.
Oh, is that what it's come from?
I assume so. I mean, yeah.
So yes, I've got it here. Yeah, 27th of November, Rapid Fire Wargaming Open War #1.
Optimistic that they think they're gonna have a #2.
It's going to be in the illustrious, the venue that has hosted all the great sporting events throughout human history, Hoffield Village Hall.
Oh, I bet it's seen some great cricket matches in its time.
Possibly.
Well, not the actual cricket match itself, but the drinks afterwards.
Well, maybe
might have had a couple of weddings there. You never know.
Quite possibly. They probably hosted a beautiful millennium party in the year 1999 as it became 2000.
Maybe a chess championship one time.
Well, I mean, they do host lots of 40k related events there as well, because I think that's how Tom got the idea to use that venue, because I think he attended one. But there you go. That's a shilling for Tom. We'll get him on to promote it. And but if you're in that area, it's a one-dayer. To put the context in, my idea is to take a Unnumbered Sons army list that I'm working on, and my army list will comprise of a repulsor, a Redemptor Dreadnought, a Storm Speeder, and Marnius Calgar and a bunch of infantry, basically. So it's like literally, it's pretty fluffy, I felt,
Not bad.
Even got assault intercessors in there, although they are actually quite good, but mixing it up.
Not bad. Yeah, I've got.
And you'll take Krieg, I assume.
Well, this is the thing. So I can I'll most likely take Krieg because that's my only army that's currently playable. I do have. I'm still working through the Minotaur. So quick Minotaurs update. I started painting them earlier this year.
Ooh.
I've got them like I'd say 80% painted, 90% painted. I'm just working on some of the details. I basically paused at the skulls because I couldn't find a suitable sort of paint recipe for painting up all the skulls. Ideally wanted something that involved a simple base coat and then lots of washes, but I haven't found one yet. If anyone has one, please let me know. So I sort of parked that idea, and then I ended up going for like a little Thunder Warriors detour. So I've been building those up furiously for the last month and a half, maybe not even that, maybe a month. So I've been doing that at the moment. So if I did want to bring my Minotaurs for November, that's what, 3 months and a bit, 3.5, more like 3 months. So I could finish up those 30 intercessors. That would conservatively take me a month. Then that gives me 2 months to paint up 750 points. How much is a Contemptor Dreadnought rocking these days?
I think they're about 165-ish.
I guess the way to go for it is to take the expensive relic versions with the rockets on top to maximize my points.
That'll probably be it. But you only have to get to 1750 for this event, though, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, so if I paint up the 30 intercessors, I think that probably brings me to around 1,000, maybe 1,200 points. So it's basically 500 to 700 points I'd need to get painted up in 2 months, which by my standards is no time at all. So who knows? I mean, I could try and aim for something. I feel like at the moment I'm in a nice sort of hobby lull of I'm just enjoying painting up my pseudo custodes, Thunder Warriors that should be relatively quick to paint once they're actually finished built. Because I'm going to deliberately do a quick paint scheme method. I want to try that old streak and grime technique on them, see how that looks. So yeah, I mean, I need to sort of refocus, recalibrate, finish off some of the Minotaurs before.
Well, you've got a few Minotaur sculpts that you've got all built up, right? And I think if you've got the 30 intercessors that are literally like a few steps away, I mean, 30 intercessors is still 600 points, right? Not including war gear options on your sergeants, and I believe your sergeants are going to be rocking power swords and thunder hammers and all the rest of it.
Power fists and thunder hammers, yeah, for the most part.
So call that, 630 points. And then at that point, 630 points worth of that, and then you got your various inceptors, right?
Yeah, 3 squads of 3 inceptors. I mean, we could probably, while we're here, literally build a list.
Absolutely. You get the Blade Guard added in. You've got Blade Guard models.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, they're built, but they won't get painted in 2 months' time. I can tell you that now.
I love the idea that there's probably a lot of people listening to this going, I'm sorry, what? Like 2 months?
It takes me
a while.
It takes me a while, but I think the problem with the Blade Guard is, yes, there's only 3 models, but I think, how many have I actually got? Have I got more? Maybe I just do actually have the 3 ones from Indomitus.
I'm looking at your Instagram here. I see 3 that you have,
I've got 3.
You have green
I do have 3,
yeah.
I think the problem with that, though, is that you want to do a really good job on A, painting them, B, the details, 2, free, I can't count, free, the transfer work. And I actually plan to get custom transfers designed for the shields. I've been talking to Scumbag Customs a while going back and forth because he did my initial Minotaur transfers. So I've been giving him designs that I want done on the shields.
But you could just
I could
not put
leave-
the transfers on and leave it till later.
I could do that. Yeah.
I remember, Phil, when, maybe you don't want people to hear about this, but I remember the summers where you would run your Krieg without their backpacks because you hadn't finished painting them yet.
Well, no, that's incorrect. I had finished painting them. I just never put the backpacks on because I was lazy.
Right, okay, fair enough.
I hadn't
So,
also painted the backpacks. I'd sort of sprayed them separately and mass painted, I think, like 50 to 70 backpacks, along with all the shoulder pads and all the bayonets and spades and stuff. I did all of those separately in one big go 1 year. And to be fun, it was weird because I always ran them without the backpacks on beforehand, and I was like, "Oh, they're extra detail. You don't need them." But then when you do add them on, you actually realise how much better the models look with those details added on. It really completes them.
Oh, I totally agree with you, mate. But there you go. You just gotta. You literally, how's this list shaping up? So you're gonna do your Smash Captain that I don't agree with on principle.
Yeah.
Noting that his Smash Captain is an Inceptor with a spear and a shield that Phil then says is a Thunderhammer and shield. Unbelievable.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's a great many things wrong with that. It's when I look at that model, I think, oh, is that a T5 Intercessor?
Well, do you know what? It can be a toughness 5 captain though, because you give it the relic. Is it the Indomitus armor? So you make it. You give it the upgrade to the Chapter Master, and then you take the Chapter Master's specific armur, which does make it toughness 5. So it is WYSIWYG in that respect.
I like the way you go with this now. If you can rep him so as he actually is more or less what he appears to be, then I think we're on to win it.
An intercessor squad with a 10-man intercessor squad with a Thunderhammer.
Mortars. Oh, okay.
With a Thunderhammer, 220 points.
There you go. That's all right. That's all right. You got another one of them to go. Are you adding any grenade launchers in?
I hope I have, but I don't know if I did by default. Because obviously I'm doing 2, so that's actually another 10 points.
Yeah.
So
you got 2 grenade launchers.
So 230.
230. 230. Hey, dentist jokes.
Is it?
Yeah, because 230. You're not familiar with that? That terrible pun?
But I get it now. Yeah.
There you go. May the 4th. It's all the same stuff, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well yeah, very very similar to that.
Just with much less kind of pop culture resonance.
I have to say there are so many Space Marine HQ options when you run down.
Oh, it's utterly baffling. You just want regular captain, and then you want to chuck all the gear on it.
Yeah.
Although, is there an option now? No, because the Gravis captain just wouldn't represent the movement. There's no way you can tweak the movement of a Gravis captain. Although what you could do, if you were being really weird, is you could just take it as a captain on bike. But I feel like that would be stretching it to a level that would be unacceptable.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think so. I think a jump captain that you've managed to make toughness 5 is within the boundaries of acceptable.
So, I mean, hold on. Let me just tweak the loadout to accurately.
Sorry, mate. It's all right.
Replicate.
It's not like we're recording a podcast here. You take your time. This is like that episode where that episode of the Warhammer Community podcast where they tried to do a podcast with what's his name now? Your idol and hero.
John Blanche.
John Blanche, like Jean-Claude. When they tried to do the John Blanche episode where he's just sat there drawing, and old Wade is just being like, so how's that going? And John's just like, yeah, I'm just working away. Good. I mean, this is fantastic podcast content right here. Keep going. Like, could you imagine someone listening to that on the drive into work?
I know.
Although I suppose we don't have to imagine too much, because I could imagine they're sitting there going, "Yeah, I know, it's sort of very similar to this."
Okay, right. I think I've done the basics.
Come on, tell me what you're bringing to the fray.
Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. I was just checking the points. It's 1,410.
Okay,
That
for the stuff that
is-
you believe you'll have painted.
Yes. Yeah. So
Okay,
that's,
well, talk me through it. What is there?
I've got a captain, which Thunderhammer, Storm
Yep, all
Shield,
the stuff.
upgraded
Yep.
to Chapter Master. Not bothered with relics or anything. We're just worried about points at this point. A Primaris Lieutenant, Power Sword, Bolt Pistol.
Okay, yep, Primaris Lieutenant. Yep.
3 squads of 10 intercessors. I've
Strong,
pointed them as all Thunderhammers, but actually that's incorrect. There's I think one's got a Thunderhammer and 2 have Power Fists.
Okay, so you're probably down 10 points overall there.
Yeah. And obviously I've given for every 5 men, I've given them a grenade launcher.
Grenade launcher,
because that's how I've modelled them.
Okay, yep.
I've then got my 3 Inceptor squads of 3 each. I've upgraded 1 to Plasma, 1 because they're more
you've gone
expensive.
Plasma, okay, yeah, strong.
But also I do have them painted up, although not. I want to do the Plasma Glow still. That's still to come. But TBC, I can get away with not having that because the rest of it is.
I mean, you could get away with not having whatever you don't want to have, Phil. No one's gonna come and police this to this extent.
True. Well, you never know. You never know what old Tommy's going to be like when he's judging.
Old Garfield's a monster.
Exactly.
He don't like Mondays. That much is known.
So yeah, that is 1,410. Let's take 10 off for the sake of the power.
So you got to find 350 points.
Yeah. Let's
which is easily, well, I'll tell you what, it's
easy way a repulsor, which is way more than 300 and whatever points.
No. Repulsor is about 295 these days.
What, even with all the bells and whistles,
all the guff? Yeah, I think so, because I got a repulsor in my army list.
Mm.
Let me double check. I'm enjoying the repulsor at the moment. I think it's
because in terms.
I'll tell you what.
Go on.
I was just gonna say the repulsor has so much output in terms of like guns and stuff. It's a really fun unit. Okay, it doesn't have the fly keyword, which creates a bunch of interesting scenarios. But overall, it's pretty reasonable. Let me have a look at this. The repulsor. Oh no, 325 for the repulsor.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I've taken the las cannons and the las talon on it though.
Right.
So yours might be 315 if you've only gone with the Gatling cannon stuff.
True. Oh, okay, right, okay.
Here he goes.
I'm tweaking it. Oh yeah, cyclone missile launcher. I want to take one of those. Why is it not letting me take it?
Oh, you're looking at a dreadnought now?
Yes, yeah. I mean, that seems the logic. Well, in terms of the things I've got built, as you say, I've got Blade Guard, but fiddly to paint up, whereas a dreadnought, nice and easy. It's quite barren.
Yeah.
Lots of. It's not as big as a Redemptor though, so I think it would be a lot easier to paint up. I've got 2 on the go, all based. Actually, I haven't really done any basing on them. I need to sort that out.
Yeah.
But I reckon I could do those quite easy. They're obviously all magnetized, so I could focus on just the weapons that I need to get painted, as opposed to batch painting everything, which is normally how I like to do it.
Hey, it sounds like a promising beginning here. You just take your 2 contemptors. If you take them as standard contemptors, I think they're only like 165, aren't they? The standard.
Well, yeah, it depends on if I need to up the price of them or not. Because it's
not if you take 2 of them, because that'll be 330 points, which will put you with weapon upgrades. Will put you on the money, won't it? Because if you're at 1,420, oh wait, you discounted 20 from it, didn't you? You said 1,400.
Yeah, so 185 is like an expensive version of the Relic Contemptor. That's
what have you armed your Contemptors?
I've done Keris Pattern Assault Cannon and a multi-melter.
As in one with a multi-mail, one with a correspondent. You may as well just take them as the regular contempt.
Oh no, sorry. That's not particularly a good loadout, but I've just gone with that on one.
Oh wow! Okay, so you've gone with a multi-melter and an assault cannon.
Yeah, no, I mean that's just because that was the first thing I selected. I think ideally I'd probably go multi-melter plus a chain fist. I like the idea of chain fists.
There you go. Chain fist is a good shout. Or you could do what the tryhards say and take the Volkite.
Double Volkite. That would be
double Volkite.
That would need me to actually own some Volkite, which I don't.
Yep. I hear they're hard to come by at the moment. Popular, some say.
Indeed.
The point is, though, Phil, right? Before we literally send everyone to sleep, although maybe that's one of the benefits of this podcast to some. I know I like listening to podcasts. They do send me off to sleep as well. So, good night if you are nearing your drowsy and or sleepy state. Yeah, I think you were in the ballpark, mate.
I'm pretty close actually. I think if I do that, hold on, let me just duplicate them. Yeah, 1770. That's with cyclone missile launchers, which I could take off, and obviously I've got to still remove the Thunderhammers.
Is that 2 dreadnoughts?
Two relic contemptors, yeah. So I could easily shave off. What do I need? 20 points.
Yeah, I think that's pretty respectful, mate.
Obviously, that will put me 2 CP down for the.
Oh no, not 2 CP.
I know.
Whatever will you do with 10 CP?
Well, exactly. And to be honest, I don't know because I haven't played a game with my Minotaurs in quite some time. So
this is promising. So basically, if someone wants to come along and get some easy wins, get some games in against Phil.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a good excuse. Yeah, I need to come around to yours and get some games, get some refresher games in.
Phil, here's the other thing, right? Not just to throw it out there for you. Worst case scenario, you also have Inquisitors.
Oh my god, I do.
Yeah, there you go. See, you've got assassins, you've got Inquisitors. There's buffer in there. If you want to put that 100, if you need that 100 points, boosh.
That's true. Actually.
Inquisitor, that.
Yeah.
I can lend you Hector Rex. He's
well, yes, he's definitely better than my Lady Greyhorn. However, I'd probably rock her with the Demon Host.
Yeah, I'd say so, man. That's the way to go. Chuck that in. I mean, High Lords of Terror, Inquisition, Minotaurs. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, well,
right, Phil. Yeah. We've managed to talk for half an hour. We haven't answered any of the community questions. We haven't done our closing thoughts on Grey Knights. So I'm going to give us 15 minutes to do that in, and then we're out of here.
Okay, that is sensible. Well, there we go. A nice little chat about Minotaurs. For those wondering what on earth I was doing with them for the last few months, the answer is absolutely nothing.
You were preparing them for this rapid fire wargaming open war #1.
Exactly. That would be a good little showcase for them as well, I think. A reveal, a launch party.
Or we could have what we could do, Phil, between you and me, because I'm trying hard to paint my unnumbered sons for the same event as well. We could put it to a vote who has the better painted army.
Okay, I'm down for that. Yeah, because without wanting to humble brag here, the answer will be it will be me, or it will be you because I've not finished mine.
Is that the challenge?
I think
the challenge.
It
can't possibly be that people like mine more. You won't have it.
No, to be fair, I've seen what you've been doing with your unnumbered sons, and you've actually done a really good job painting them.
Hey, look at that! The not an air of superiority, or I definitely don't feel like.
Yours has a very eye-catching scheme, and that will win points over mine because mine will be that classic dull and drab sort of realistic sort of paint scheme. People might like the poppy colours of grey and yellow combined. Have you still got the yellow in there?
Only on the Ultimate, only on the Imperial Fist.
Ah, yes, yeah, that's it. Because you'll have all the different coloured.
It's like a grey Death Watch colour scheme, which I discovered because a listener sent me some illustrations they did for the grey shields. I discovered that this isn't the way you're supposed to paint them. It's supposed to be that they are basically painted in their chapter colors, and and then have like a little bit of like grayness on their thing. But I was like, well, yeah, but that's a book illustration, and who knows? This is them going out on a specific mission in a specific color scheme. Because the thing is they can paint their armor different colors. There's old illustrations of like Ultramarines in camo color schemes with just the Ultramarine logo on it, because that's
true.
So,
so was it a like Black Library cover art?
it was a Black Library cover. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that is official, but it's not the same
it's
as
very
like
official.
here's a painting.
It doesn't mean it has to be that all the time, right? I just think at the end of the day, take it on the chin.
Well, also
I like the grey because I think it gives it a sense of uniformity, and I think much like with the Death Watch, I think having a unifying color with some spot colors that identify them as individuals is better than having a mesh of all the different colors.
Yeah, so in the cover artwork, is there lots of them? Each one is painted a different chapter.
No, it's just literally 2 Ultramarines and a Salamander, I think.
See, I think that that works in a small scale. On an army-wide level, it will just be like eye candy, but like the worst possible kind. It will just be too much color. That's why Death Watch works, because it's just a shoulder pad, and that's effectively what you're doing, but swapping the black for grey. So I think on an army-wide level, I think the way you're doing it actually works better from a visual composition for the whole army.
I think so.
Yeah.
The other thing that's nice about it, though, is I've got some Death Watch Primara stuff that I'm working on as well, and I can just basically indoctrinate the same grey color scheme, but then just give them a gold arm. And then for certain models where I didn't feel like it was feasible to put the Death Watch gold arm stuff on them, or the silver arm on them, like the Phobos models, I have some flex in that. So vehicles, Phobos units, so dreadnoughts, all that stuff. I don't need to have any of the. I can use dreadnoughts or vehicles across multiple Death Watch or other armies.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's the plan. The idea with this color scheme is that I can play them as whatever I want. Although I have decided that all characters, as in actual named characters, will appear in their chapter colors. So I'm painting Marnie as Calga as an Ultramarine, and his Honor Guard as an Ultramarine.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna run these at any time as Grey Knights by any chance?
No, I won't be able to run them as Grey Knights, except for when I'm making funny little example videos about how crazy Grey Knights are in combat. Because they are crazy in combat, Grey Knights. But I guess we might talk about that in a second. Let's get to it.
Let's do the community questions. First one from Cantor Blue says, Grey Knights, we need some T-Suns, because obviously he was voting for Thousand Suns. Next one, a bit more of a serious question. 2-Bit Paints says,
wait, hang on. Let's not dismiss poor Cantor Blue. I acknowledge and agree. Would have been much more fun to talk about the Thousand Suns, but here we are talking about Grey Knights.
Well,
we've just
give it a few more episodes once we've recorded about Thousand Suns, and we can have a little, decision between us which episode we enjoyed more.
Oh, okay, there we go. I love the fact that we're adding lots of funny little internal competitions to our day-to-day existence, Phil.
I mean,
gives us a sense of purpose.
Well, exactly. When you get to 100 episodes, you need these little things to keep us going.
Yeah, exactly. You got to create some sort of meaning to it. Yeah. Anyway, go on. Then, next.
2-Bit Paints. He says, "Are the rules simple or AdMech complex?" The Thousand Suns book looks like it's got a lot of skill depth without being AdMech level complex. Is the Grey Knights one similar? I'd assume so. Yes. Like it. We talked about it earlier on the episode. There is a relative amount of complexity, but most Space Marine codexes are a lot simpler than kind of almost AdMech's probably one of the most complex ones out there, I would say.
Yeah, there's an innate simplicity to Space Marines because Space Marines have a lot of kind of universally understood ideas within their army list construction. So there's a lot of stuff here that you can gather and grasp because a lot of it is just Space Marine stuff. I don't necessarily feel like it's an especially complicated army, but I do feel like there's a lot of opportunities for things to layer, and there's a lot of psychic powers. I think the mechanics by which players manage their psychic powers is going to be really interesting, because I think you are going to need gaming aids to denote what psychic power resides where and in what quantities, because there's going to be a lot of those sprinkled around the place. I think obviously remembering the fact that, your different troop squads have different innate psychic powers as well is going to be another thing that you've just got to take on board as a kind of cognitive load, as we like to consistently say. But they are strong, and I think they are going to have a competitive edge, mostly through just lots and lots and lots of power armored Marines. Basically, I think I did some testy roll off things with them the other day, and if you just get hammer hand off on a regular troop squad, it just, with all the attacks that it does, without any other buffs, it tears through most things. Like, it won't kill a knight, although it could actually, to be fair, in combat, with the reroll wounds on hammer hand. But but it would definitely hurt it. And all you have to do is sprinkle a couple extra things on there. If you take the rapier psychic power, that will increase your likelihood to kill the knight. If you use the stratagem that increases your attacks by 1, that's going to increase your odds of killing the knight. If you give yourself the chapter master reroll buff, if you give yourself the exploding 6s, there's so many layers to it. So the fact that they've got obsec units that can appear out of the teleportarium, hurl themselves into combat and just tear things up is really strong. I think they are gonna cause some problems for people. But again, I think it's going to take a little while for that to completely come across. But they're strong in every phase, and that is the making of a great army. They've got good movement, extraordinarily good movement, to be fair, for a Space Marine army. They've got strong shooting, like very strong shooting.
But I guess the issue with the shooting is they don't really have any decent anti-armor or anti-elite shooting. It's mostly lots of Stormbolter shooting, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. So it's a lot of Stormbolters, but I think it's the psychic phase that obviously elevates them, because they just dish out mortal wounds like crazy. And then the combat phase is where they go even more so. There's a chance with this army, if you do things right, you could end up doing, I don't know how feasible this statement is, but it's possible that you could actually break into 3 figures worth of mortal wounds with this army in a turn, with certain combinations done in certain sequences. And, there's not a lot that can take that kind of damage. There's so much mortal wound output in this army. It's crazy. So yeah, that's the thing. I think it's got potential.
Yeah. Next one, Beardy 40k says, how many knights can a grey knight knight if a grey knight was knighted grey?
2.
Sounds likely. I'll go 4. Let us know which one was right.
How many grey knights does it take to change a light bulb, Phil?
At least,
I don't actually have a punchline worked out for this, so let's just move along.
I thought you were going to say at least 1 to, scare off the demons.
Well, exactly.
Tabletop Journey says this one's non-Grey Knight related. What are your thoughts on the value of taking out an Imperium magazine subscription as an existing player and collector? I'm interested in, as someone who collects neither Marines or Necrons currently, but feel $8.99 weekly is quite a commitment when you also collect other armies and Games Workshop game systems. Do you think it's better geared towards new hobbyists without an existing backlog due to the rate of releases? What do you think?
It's 100% better for those that are getting into the hobby. People like me who have subscribed to a certain extent, at least I can speak for myself. I'm in it for the captain, and then I'm pretty much out. They sent me a mug the other day, Phil. Did you get a mug?
I didn't subscribe, no.
No, they sent me a mug as way of an apology. They were like, we're sorry that we haven't sent you anything yet. Have a mug. I assume the context of that being that they're calling me a mug for sticking around.
Yeah, I've just pre-ordered the issue 5, which contains the captain. I think if you're going to subscribe to it, I think obviously it is value for money, but do you want to spend 800 quid on Necrons, Space Marines, Admech and Sisters over the course of, I guess, a year and a half? If you want those models, then great. If you want to collect all of those things, or if you even want to split them, I think that's one of the best ways as a subscriber. If you've got someone who definitely wants all the Necron half, someone that wants like the Admech or whatever, and you just want the Marines, or maybe like the Marines plus all the paints, for example. I got the impression because there's quite often issues that are just paints, so those ones there's not as much value for money in those issues in comparison to the miniature issues. Faux Hammer's one of the main blogs that kind of talks about all the upcoming issues. He's done like a complex breakdown of like the value for money of each issue based on whether you've bought them, if you were to buy those equivalent minis via their standalone box set or versus like splitting via Indomitus or, you know, the other start game box sets that they currently do. So the variation in how much it is like value for money varies, because if you go, I want Necrons, where if you buy them through the start collecting box, they're like dirt cheap in comparison to if you buy an actual box set for like 30 quid. I think the way I've done it and how I did it for Conquest is to order through Forbidden Planet just the issues that you want. If you can order more than 5 issues, then you cap their postage rates. They still send out issues individually, and their postage, I think, is like a couple of quid, but it caps at like 8 quid or something, which is the equivalent of like 5 issues. So you could order 30 issues and the postage is still the same. So they're slightly cheaper than buying them direct from Hachette, which you can also do. Hachette's probably the best one if you want to guarantee like stock and the item, because they kind of come up for sale first, I think, and then places like Forbidden Planet also do it. Forbidden Planet, I think, even orders internationally, but then you're going to pay kind of crazy postage costs. So yeah, I mean, that's how I'm doing it, because I'll just pick and choose the odd issue, because I don't want absolutely everything. It's like I'll take the captain, and when a couple of like cool episode issues come out, I'll like pick those bits up.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah, it really depends, doesn't it? I think the thing is that I think for young players or for new players, it takes you on an interesting journey. And if you do follow it step by step and you're doing it with a brother or a sister or cousin or even a father's son or, you know, mother, daughter, whatever the, you know, combinations could be. The point is there is value to it in terms of a bundle, but I definitely think the value is there much more for the unestablished player base than the established player base, because you've got so much redundancy in it. I mean, do you really want another load of Necron warriors or whatever? Because they're gonna spread out the major beats quite sporadically. You know, you're not gonna, like, issue 5 you get the captain, cool. Issue 1 you get some good stuff. I don't know what 2, 3, 4 are.
I think one of them was like 3 assault intercessors. Another one was like a handful of warriors. And it's like those issues really aren't that value for money. One of them was called I can't remember the type of them, but the destroyers with the 3 legs and the big like sort of
the
axe
Treyarch
weapons.
Stalker.
No. The destroyer ones, the little.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the Scorpion destroyers.
Yeah, like the new variant where they come on legs rather than hovering around, like close combat variant. You get 3 of them, plus I think something else. I can't remember if it was a paint. Oh, plus the little, almost like gribbly sentinel. Like,
oh yeah, that's included on that sprue.
Yeah, so you get that, and for $8.99, it's like, well, that's a bargain, like that sprue. And so I was tempted to get it, even though I don't really collect Necrons. But as we said earlier, we all have Necrons because I've still got my half of Indomitus floating around. So I was a bit like, I could get them for when I one day get around to them, but I was like, I won't. I'll resist
for now. But yeah, no,
now.
I think it's a thing. It's like it's a cool incentive, and I understand a lot of people are going to buy into it. I've bought into it initially, but, you know, Knowing me with my general sense of apathy, though, I'll probably get to about issue 12 before I remember to stop it.
Fair enough. The other interesting point about it, because it is relatively cheap, is like you can buy it almost in safety that you'll get your money back, because most of those sprues you can flog for like a tenner minimum on eBay. So if you did want to sell them at a later date, you could always do it that way. There's also buy-sell groups on Facebook, some specific for like Conquest and I guess Imperium now as well, where you can.
It always
sell
comes
them.
around.
I
bought 6 issues of Conquest for the attack bikes. 6 attack bike issues. I didn't think about it at the time. I was just like, they're cheap. I'll buy 6
and now
of them.
they're good.
And then I just left them on the side for ages. And now obviously it's like, oh, they're good now. That was useful that I bought all those.
I'll paint them grey and take them to a nice fun event in November.
No, the Unnumbered Sons is a fluff-orientated army, and as such is Primaris only.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah.
No. Should we do one last question?
One last question, Phil. Take us home.
So Kevin James McGill says, going to be building a force of Grey Knights with one of my sons. What do you think is the best loadout to use on standard knights, swords, halberds, or falchions?
Swords.
Oh. To keep it cheap?
Swords. Yeah, they're strength +1, -3, 2 damage. Just go with swords. They're absolutely fantastic. They have a really high -AP. They're +1 to strength, making you strength 5, which means you pretty much wound most things in the game on 3s, but then obviously you're still wounding the bigger stuff on 5s.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even if you run into Imperial Knights, you're wounding them on 5s, which is really substantial. So yeah, I honestly can't look past the swords. I think they're just so consistently strong that they're just the best option, really. I liked when we were at the point where we were sort of reviewing this stuff. The twin falchions, or whatever they were called, the smaller swords. I was like, oh, they're going to be good because you get the extra attack. But when I actually read the rules on them, I'm like, well, the extra attack is not worth the descent in damage and the descent in AP. I think they're only like -1 damage, aren't they? The old twin falchion things. I've got the book to the side of me. I was trying to sort of do it subtly, but I'm now going to move over here and grab the book. Hang on. Here we go. And I'm back. Right. Bookie book. Let's look at these flippin' weapons. Melee weapons. So the Nemesis 4 sword is as I said it. And then the Nemesis falchion. Oh, it's -2, 1 damage. So yeah, no. And then what's the other default weapon that they get? The warding stave? No, it's not the warding stave, is it? It's the
is it the halberds?
Oh, force halberds.
Yeah.
Yeah, strength +2, -2 do damage. Honestly, being strength 6 makes no difference whatsoever. Just swords. Swords for days.
Yeah, I guess for falchion, having an extra attack though will get you more of those mortal wounds on the 6s
that is
to
true.
wound.
That is true.
If you wanted to like tech into that, but I think you're right. Yeah, just probably keeping the sword and I guess the bolter, because I presume you've got to give up that if you go for double falchion, or do you?
No, the bolter stays.
Because I guess it's
a
stuck
wrist-mounted
to
storm bolt. But yeah, I genuinely think don't overthink it. Just stay with the swords.
Yeah,
they're the best option. Unfortunately, it's relatively uncreative, but this time around, it's swords. They're the way forward.
Well, it makes a change.
Well, yeah, no. Well, much improved the power sword of recent note. The fact that it's not just strength user anymore, it's strength +1. The fact it's -3, and the fact it's 2 damage is pretty crazy. And the fact that they're 22 points a model with a storm bolter and that weapon is madness, given the fact they've also got psychic powers baked in, and they're just very strong. They're a very strong army.
Good.
I think, anyway. But then what do I know? I'm talking about running a fluffy Unnumbered Sun Primaris army. I'm clearly wrong. But there we go. I reckon that'll do, Phil. Episode 100, the big 100. We're going to be 100 years old. 100, 100. I
So
realised I'd
old.
said 100 a lot. Mate, I tell you, you know what? Just to sort of give it a little moment of appreciation, I am surprised that we've managed to get to it. I knew when Joe was leaving, I was a bit like, oh, God, are we going to keep going? Is this going to work out? And, you know, I won't lie, it has been difficult keeping it going this year, not because of anything in particular, but just because it's difficult, right? When you do it weekly, it's hard, you know.
I guess that's the
Sometimes
thing. We got to 100 quicker than we would have if we had done it fortnightly, which I guess in theory would have been sometime next year, because it would basically doubled the length of time.
Yes,
potentially between.
I mean,
then and now.
Technically, Phil, if you include the Big Fat Quiz of the Year, this is episode 100.
The bonus episode.
That was a bonus episode. There was also the hidden episode that we hid somewhere on one of the platforms that we put this stuff out on.
Was that the late night one that we recorded?
Yeah, there's one where I was
at an
experimenting
Airbnb?
with filming stuff, and and the audio quality, as it always was back in the day, was terrible, and it was pretty shoddily done, but you know, it was fun. It was a laugh. But it's me talking about my predictions for. Well, it's all five of us talking about our predictions for the GT event we were attending, which was fun. It was a good time. But it's out there somewhere. Who knows where? I do, but I'm not saying.
Let people hunt it down.
So technically, if you include that episode, it's episode 101, Phil.
Oh, look, we're almost at 102 already.
Exactly, and if you include the tester episode we did that we never released, you know, we're at episode 102.
Release the tester cut.
No, it was just us having a go at how rubbish the scenery was at the LGT.
No, well, that was true.
I think also as well at the time there was a lot of concern about the kids' books that were being released and how they were going to be dumbing down the
I
IP.
thought that was an actual episode when we did that.
No, we never put that out. We never put that out. Where we just kind of went, who cares? And it turns out we were right. Didn't matter at all, did it?
No, exactly. They still do good quality content, but also content for kids. Great. Best of both worlds.
Great. Good for them. Long may that continue. Anyway, there we go. See you in episode 100. Thank you very much for staying with us this long. Have a great one, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.